Long ago, there was a king. He had a beautiful garden. In the garden stood a tree. Its apples shone like gold. The king loved them dearly. Every day, the gardener counted the apples. But one morning, an apple was missing. Then another, and another, night after night. The king grew angry. "Who is stealing my apples?" he asked. He ordered the gardener to watch the tree all night. The gardener sent his eldest son first, but he fell asleep. The next morning, another apple was gone. Then the second son took his turn. He also fell asleep. Another apple vanished. Finally, the youngest son offered to watch. The gardener hesitated. He feared for the boy's safety. At last, he agreed. At midnight, a sound rustled in the air. A golden bird appeared. It snapped at an apple with its beak. The boy shot an arrow, but it did not hit. The bird flew away. A single golden feather floated down. The boy brought it to the king. The council saw it. They marveled at its beauty. But the king said, "One feather is not enough. I must have the whole bird." The king called his eldest son. "You must find the golden bird," he said. The boy nodded confidently. He thought it would be easy. He left the palace and walked into the wide forest. The trees whispered in the wind. Suddenly, a fox appeared on the path. "Do not harm me," the fox said. "I know what you seek. I can guide you." The boy laughed. What could a fox know? He thought. The fox spoke again. "You will reach a village by evening. There you will see 2 inns. One is grand and shining, the other is shabby and small. Rest in the poor inn, not the fine one." The boy ignored the advice. He lifted his bow to shoot the fox. The arrow missed. The fox ran into the trees and disappeared. By evening, the village came into view. The grand inn glittered. The shabby one looked dull and empty. The eldest son chose the fancy inn. Inside, people sang and danced. They feasted and laughed. The boy joined them. He forgot the golden bird. He forgot his home. Time passed. He never returned. The second son heard of this. He set out with hope in his heart. He met the same fox in the forest. The fox gave the same warning. The boy nodded, but doubted it. Again, he reached the village at dusk. He saw the 2 inns. Inside the grand inn, his eldest brother waved from a window. The second son entered. He feasted and laughed, forgetting the bird and his country. He stayed there all night. The king waited. Days turned into weeks. Still, no word came. the two older sons were lost. The golden bird remained beyond reach. The king grew weary and hopeless. The youngest son stepped forward. "I want to find the golden bird," he said. His father frowned. "You are my only remaining son. I fear for you." But the boy would not be turned back. At last, his father agreed. He set out at dawn. The forest stretched before him. Suddenly, the same fox appeared. "You will need my guidance," it said. The boy bowed. He listened carefully. He promised to follow the fox's words. "Sit upon my tail," the fox said. The boy obeyed. In a flash, they flew over stones and rivers. The wind whistled past his ears. The journey seemed to take no time at all. By evening, they reached the village. 2 inns stood across the street. The grand inn glittered in the sunset. The shabby inn looked small and worn. The boy chose the shabby one. He rested there through the night. No distraction tempted him. In the morning, the fox returned. "You will find the golden bird in a castle ahead," it said. "Soldiers lie asleep in front. Pass quietly. The bird sits in a wooden cage. A golden cage stands nearby. Do not move it there. You will regret it if you do." The boy nodded and continued. He reached the castle. Inside, the golden bird perched in its wooden cage. 3 golden apples lay nearby. He paused. The wooden cage looked plain. The golden one gleamed. He opened the cage and lifted the bird. It screamed so loudly the soldiers woke. They seized him immediately. By morning, the boy was brought before the king. "You shall die," the king declared, "unless you bring me the golden horse. It must run as swiftly as the wind. Only then will you have the bird for yourself." The youngest son sighed. The challenge had grown. The golden bird remained beyond reach. Yet he felt the fox's guidance would help him still. The youngest son rode away, his heart heavy. He had failed to win the golden bird. Despair weighed on him. Suddenly, the fox appeared. "You did not follow my advice," it said gently. "You must listen if you wish to succeed." The fox explained the next task. "The king wants a golden horse. It stands in a castle nearby. A groom sleeps beside it. Take the horse quietly. Do not touch the golden saddle. Use the old leather one instead." The boy nodded. He reached the castle at night. The groom lay snoring, hand on the golden saddle. The leather saddle was plain. He hesitated. The golden one shone so brightly. He thought, "He deserves it." He switched the saddles. The groom awoke with a shout. The guards ran in. The boy was captured again. By morning, he stood before the king. "You shall die," the king said, "unless you bring me the princess. Then the horse and bird will be yours." The boy's heart sank. The task felt impossible. The fox appeared once more. "I will guide you still," it said. "You must be patient and clever." The fox explained the plan. "At midnight, the princess will go to the bathhouse. Approach her quietly. Give her a kiss. She will follow you. Do not let her go back to her father." The boy waited until midnight. The princess appeared. He leaned forward and kissed her hand. She agreed to follow. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She begged to say goodbye to her parents. He hesitated, but finally allowed it. They reached the door of her father's castle. Suddenly, the guards awoke. The boy was captured once more. The king gave an impossible task. "You must remove the hill that blocks my window," he said. The boy's heart sank. The fox's advice, loyalty, and guidance would be needed again. The youngest son worked hard. For 7 long days, he tried to move the huge hill. He dug and he strained. The task seemed impossible. The fox appeared. "Lie down," it said. "Rest tonight. I will take care of it." The boy obeyed. He slept, exhausted. By morning, the hill had vanished. The king could not believe his eyes. He had no choice. He gave the princess to the boy. The fox smiled. "There are still more challenges," it said, "but we will succeed together." They mounted the golden horse. The princess climbed carefully behind the boy. With a clap of spurs, the horse leapt forward. They galloped across fields and forests. The wind rushed past. Next, they returned to the castle where the golden bird was kept. The boy followed the fox's plan. He approached quietly. He inspected the bird to make sure it was the right one. Then he lifted it into his hands. The soldiers did not notice. The fox stayed behind with the princess to create a diversion. The boy and the bird moved quickly. They mounted the horse once more. The princess climbed behind him again. The horse ran like the wind. At last, all 3 were together. The golden bird, the horse, and the princess. For a moment, relief filled their hearts. They had overcome the trials. The fox's guidance had been perfect. The boy smiled at the princess. The bird sang softly. The horse trotted calmly. They rode away into the forest, safe for now. The golden treasure, the loyal companion, and the princess were all with him. A temporary victory was theirs. Challenges remained, but hope had returned. The journey continued. The fox looked at him with serious eyes. "You must do as I say," it warned. "Then you will be safe. If not, trouble will find you." The boy shook his head. "I will not harm you," he said firmly. The fox sighed. "I must still give one last warning. Never ransom anyone from the gallows, and never sit by the side of a river to rest." The youngest son nodded, trying to remember every word. They rode onward, moving carefully through the forest. By evening, they reached a village. There, a crowd had gathered. 2 men were about to be hanged. The boy's heart sank. He recognized them, his elder brothers. They had turned to robbery while he was away. Without thinking, he handed over all his money. The crowd released his brothers. Relieved, the youngest son set out again with them following. He felt some hope, thinking they would now journey together. The sun was hot, and the boys grew tired. They came to a river. The eldest suggested they rest on its bank. The youngest hesitated, remembering the fox's warning. But the gentle ripples of the river and his brother's urging convinced him. He sat down. In a flash, betrayal struck. The brothers seized the princess, the golden horse, and the golden bird. Before he could react, they pushed him into the river. The water swept him down with fierce force. Rocks scraped his body. He clawed at the steep banks, but there was no way out. He lay battered, trapped, and helpless. Meanwhile, his brothers rode triumphantly back toward the king. They carried the treasures as if they were their own. The youngest son's heart pounded in despair. The fox's warning had been clear, yet he had fallen victim to trust and fatigue. A rustle in the bushes caught his attention. The fox emerged, its eyes sharp. "Why did you sit by the river?" it scolded gently. "You forgot my warning, and now your brothers have taken everything." The youngest son groaned. "I could not stop them," he said. "Come," the fox said, "hold my tail tightly." The boy did so. With a swift pull, the fox dragged him from the riverbank. His clothes were torn. His body ached. Yet he was alive. The fox explained the danger. "Your brothers have plotted to steal your rewards and harm you if they could. You must go back in secret. Disguise yourself as a poor man. No one must know it is you." The boy dressed in simple rags and quietly returned to the king's court. As he stepped through the doors, something magical happened. The golden horse began to eat. The golden bird sang a sweet melody. The princess stopped crying and smiled. The court noticed immediately. The king approached. "Who has done this?" he asked. The youngest son removed his disguise and told the truth. He explained the brother's betrayal. All eyes turned to the two older sons. The king's face darkened with anger. Justice was swift. The brothers were seized and punished. The princess ran to the youngest son. She hugged him tightly. Tears of relief streamed down her face. The horse and bird stood proudly, as if recognizing their true master. The king's heart softened. He praised the youngest son's courage and wisdom. "From this day forward, you are my heir," he declared. The treasures were restored. The princess returned to safety. The kingdom celebrated their hero. The youngest son stood tall, honored, and trusted by all. Years passed, and the youngest son grew strong and wise. The king grew old, and the time came for the boy to take the throne. He became the ruler of the kingdom. Peace returned to every village and town. The people thrived under his fair and just rule. One quiet morning, he wandered into the forest where his adventures had begun. The trees swayed gently in the breeze. The fox appeared again, stepping lightly between the trunks. "You have done well," the fox said. "But now I ask one final favor." The boy frowned. "What is it?" he asked. "End my life," the fox said softly. "Only then will my true form return." The boy hesitated. He loved the fox and felt gratitude for all its guidance. Yet he understood that this was the final step. He nodded reluctantly. With careful hands, he obeyed. A flash of light filled the forest. The fox vanished, and in its place stood a young man. He was tall, noble, and his eyes held a gentle warmth. The man bowed. "I am the lost brother of the princess," he said. "An enchantment trapped me in this form for many years. Your courage, honesty, and wisdom freed me at last." The boy smiled. The kingdom now had a new ally and friend. The princess embraced her brother. The golden horse neighed softly nearby. The golden bird fluttered its wings and sang a clear, joyful note. From that day onward, the kingdom flourished. The youngest son ruled with fairness. The princess and her brother were honored, and the memory of the fox's guidance lived on in every story told. Peace and happiness reigned, and all who had once doubted learned that courage, trust, and careful listening could triumph even over the greatest challenges. The kingdom was quiet, bathed in golden sunlight. The princess and her brother embraced once more. Tears of joy glimmered on their cheeks. Gratitude filled their hearts. The youngest son watched them with a smile. He had grown through trials, guided by courage and careful listening. He turned to the people of the kingdom. "Peace and fairness shall reign here," he said. And so it did. The golden bird sang from its perch. The golden horse grazed calmly in the royal stables. All who had been loyal, like the fox in its enchanted form, were honored and celebrated. Stories of bravery and trust were shared in every village. Children learned that courage and wisdom mattered more than power or wealth. Trust and loyalty were rewarded. Deception and greed were punished. The siblings laughed and played in the garden. The golden apples glimmered once more, untouched and safe. The kingdom prospered. Fields were green, rivers sparkled, and the people lived happily. The youngest son often walked among his subjects. He spoke kindly and listened carefully. Every day he remembered the lessons of the fox, the trials of his brothers, and the importance of patience. As the sun set, the princess and her brother rested in the palace. The golden bird sang its last song for the day. The horse stood quietly in the courtyard, its mane catching the last light of evening. All was calm. The adventures had ended. The kingdom slept peacefully under a sky full of stars. And so, the tale of the golden bird came to a gentle close. A story of courage, trust, loyalty, and wisdom. A story to be remembered at bedtime, whispered under aft blankets, where dreams carried the golden light of hope and adventure. Some people are born lucky. Everything they touch turns to gold. They stumble and still land on their feet. They lose and they smile. The world does not always understand them. It shakes its head. It counts losses. It calls them foolish. But lucky people do not care. They measure life differently. They look for ease. They look for joy, not for gold or praise. One such person was Hans. He was simple. He did not plan far ahead. He did not worry about tomorrow. Hans saw the world with cheerful eyes. Every small thing made him happy. A sunny morning, a loaf of bread, a kind word. He took these as great treasures. He believed that life had a way of giving him what he needed. And in his heart, he knew he was lucky. Even when things went wrong, he could see the bright side. Hans's luck was quiet, gentle, but it was always there. Hans had worked for 7 long years. 7 years of hard work for his master. Every day from dawn to dusk, he toiled. At last, he said, "Master, my time is up. I must go home. I want to see my poor mother once more. Please, pay me my wages and let me go." The master smiled. "You have been a faithful servant, Hans. Your pay will be handsome." He handed Hans a lump of silver as big as his head. Hans carefully wrapped it in his handkerchief. Then he slung it over his shoulder and started walking home. As he walked, dragging one foot after another, he saw a man riding a fine horse. The man sat so easily, his back straight, no stones tripping him, no heavy load to carry. Hans watched, and he spoke aloud without thinking. "Oh, how easy it must be to ride a horse. What a fine life. No heavy silver, no aching shoulders, no stumbling." The horseman heard him. "Well, friend," he said, "why are you on foot then?" Hans pointed to his silver. "It is my wages," he said, "but it is so heavy. It hurts my shoulders badly. I cannot carry it easily. Would you like to trade?" The horseman laughed kindly. "Take my horse, and I will take your silver. It will save you all that trouble." Hans agreed at once. "With all my heart," he said. The man helped Hans up, gave him the reins and a whip, and told him, "When you want to go fast, smack your lips and cry, 'Jeep!'" Hans felt joy swell in his chest. He pulled himself up, squared his elbows, turned out his toes, and cracked the whip. He rode off merrily, whistling a tune. For a moment, he felt no cares, no worries. He laughed and sang. But soon he wanted to go faster. He smacked his lips and shouted, "Jeep!" The horse bolted. Hans could not control it. He tumbled off and lay on his back by the roadside. Shock and frustration filled him. He stared at the sky, brushing dust off his coat. Hans sat up slowly by the roadside. His head ached. His coat was dusty. Riding a horse was no joke, he thought. 1 minute joy, the next a tumble. As he straightened himself, he noticed a shepherd walking along. The man guided a cow calmly down the path. The cow moved with slow, steady steps. No wild leaps, no sudden spooks. Hans watched and smiled. "A cow is a good companion," he said aloud. "Calm, reliable, and useful every day. Milk, butter, cheese, all I need." The shepherd noticed him. "Good day, friend," he called. Hans greeted him warmly. "I like your cow," he said. Would you exchange for my horse?" The shepherd laughed kindly. "It is a fair trade," he said. Hans felt a glow of relief. He thanked the shepherd for his generosity. It was not just a trade. It felt like a gift. He took the reins of the cow, patting her gently. Slowly, he started walking. No jolts, no stumbles. He felt the day's warmth on his back, but his heart was light. As he walked, he imagined life with her. Fresh milk for breakfast, creamy butter for bread, cheese every day. His mother would be pleased. Hans stopped at a small inn along the way. He ate his bread, savoring every bite. He spent his last penny on a cool drink. Then, refreshed, he continued his journey. By noon, the sun grew hotter. Sweat trickled down his face. The air was dry. His tongue felt stuck to the roof of his mouth. Hans paused, panting. "I must find water," he said. Then he remembered the cow. "She will give me milk," he thought. He tied her gently to a tree stump. Lifting his leather cap, he prepared to milk her. Hans found a shady spot under a tree. He tied the cow to a stump and lifted his leather cap, ready to milk her. He waited. Nothing came. Not a drop. He tried again. Still dry. Hans scratched his head, puzzled. "This can't be right," he muttered. "This cow was supposed to bring me milk and butter. And now, nothing?" The cow shifted her weight. She stamped impatiently. Hans leaned closer. Suddenly, she kicked. Hard. Hans flew backward and hit the ground. Stars danced before his eyes. He lay there for a moment, dizzy and aching. A butcher soon appeared, pushing a wheelbarrow with a fat pig inside. Seeing Hans on the ground, he hurried over. "What happened, friend?" he asked, helping Hans up. Hans explained everything. The silver, the horse, the cow, and now the dry milk. The butcher shook his head. "Ah," he said, "this old cow? She is done, dry, only fit for the slaughterhouse. No milk, no butter, nothing." Hans groaned. Cow meat was not tender enough for him. "I've been tricked," he said. "What use is she now?" The butcher's eyes twinkled. "But look here," he said, patting a lively goat beside the cart. "She is younger, lighter, easier to manage, and far more useful than your old cow. Take her instead." Hans studied the goat. It seemed calm, steady, and healthy. "Yes," he said, a smile spreading across his face. "I will take her." He thanked the butcher deeply, bowing with genuine gratitude. The man waved. wishing Hans well. Hans led the goat along the path. He felt the weight of worry lift from his shoulders. Every step was easier, lighter. He looked at the animal and thought, "This is much better. Finally, my luck has returned." The sun felt warmer on his back, the road less tiring, and Hans's heart full of hope. The path ahead felt light and easy. Hans hummed a tune as he led the goat. Every step seemed to sing with luck. Soon, he saw a man carrying a fine white goose. The man stopped and greeted him. Hans returned the greeting, and they fell into casual chat. "I have had quite the journey," Hans said proudly. "I traded my silver for a horse, the horse for a cow, and now—" He patted his goat gently. "Look where luck has brought me." The countryman nodded and examined the goat closely. His expression changed. "Friend," he said, lowering his voice, "be careful. A pig was stolen in the nearby village. If people see your animal and think it is theirs, trouble will follow." Hans froze. Jail, fines, anger from the villagers. His heart raced. I don't want trouble," Hans stammered. "Please help me." The man smiled kindly. "Take my goose instead," he said. "It is young, healthy, and safe. It will bring you no trouble. Better for you than your goat in this place." Hans looked at the goose. It was plump and lively. His fear began to fade. "Yes, I'll take it," he said immediately. The countryman untied the goat and led it away. Hans watched him disappear down a side path. A wave of relief swept over him. He was free from danger. Looking at the goose in his hands, he began to laugh softly. "This is even better than the goat," he said. "Safe, useful, and full of promise. I've still made the best bargain of all." He adjusted the goose under his arm and continued on his way. His heart felt light. Luck seemed to follow him wherever he went. Hans adjusted the goose under his arm. It was heavy, plump, and full of promise. He thought of all the good it could bring. Meat for hearty meals, rich fat to cook with, soft white feathers to make pillows. A smile spread across his face. He imagined his mother, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the goose, her hands busy in the kitchen, her heart full of joy. This goose was more than food or feathers. It was comfort. It was security. A little happiness wrapped up in soft feathers. Hans felt lighter than he had in days. Every step felt easier. The road ahead did not seem long or tiring. Luck, he realized, had a way of coming back to him. Soon, he reached the edge of a village. He paused to look around. The sun shone warmly on the rooftops. Children played near the wells. Villagers went about their work, laughing and talking. From the square, a cheerful sound carried. A man's voice sang a bright, happy tune. Hans turned to see a scissor grinder at his wheel. The man worked steadily, singing as he went. "Oh, how happy he looks," Hans thought, his hands and feet moving in rhythm. Every strike of the wheel seemed to echo laughter. "Who can be so merry as this man?" he said aloud. The grinder noticed Hans and smiled. "Good day, friend," he called. Hans waved and continued on, still humming to himself. The goose tucked safely under his arm, the village alive with sounds and movement. Hans felt truly content. He thought of the journey behind him, all the trades, all the risks, all the surprises. And yet, here he was, happy, secure, and lucky as ever. The grinder's wheel hummed a steady tune as Hans approached. The man's face was bright, cheerful, and welcoming. "You seem lucky, friend," said the grinder. "You've had quite a journey. Silver, horse, cow, goat, and now a fine goose, all by your own hand or fortunes." Hans laughed, brushing the goose's feathers. "Yes," he said proudly, "I worked hard, but luck guided me at every step. Each trade brought something better than the last." The grinder nodded, eyes twinkling. "You know," he said, "I have a golden trade myself. One hand in the pocket, and money comes out whenever I want. That is true luck." Hans's eyes widened. "Money whenever I want?" he whispered. "Could such a thing exist?" The grinder picked up a rough, common grindstone beside him. "This is all you need," he said. "Work it well, and it will do wonders. Nails, knives, anything old and dull will shine. With this, fortune will always find you." Hans stared at the stone, imagining it in his hands. A simple rock, yet it promised endless opportunity. He felt dazzled. This could be the key to everything, he thought. Surely, luck has never favored me so richly. Without hesitation, he handed over the goose. The grinder accepted it with a nod and smile. Hans lifted the grindstone carefully. It was heavier than he expected, but it felt right. His heart leapt with joy. He felt destiny smiling on him, as if the world itself were pleased. Step by step, he carried it along the road. Every stumble, every turn seemed lighter now. Even the sun felt warmer. Every sound, every breeze seemed to whisper his good fortune. "This is my luck," he thought, Not just chance, but a gift. Everything I could want or need seems to find me. Hans walked on, the grindstone under his arm. He could barely contain his excitement. The road home, the adventures ahead, the simple joys of life, all seemed brighter than ever before. The road had grown long and tiring. Hans's legs ached. His stomach grumbled. The grindstone felt heavier with every step. At last, he reached the bank of a clear river. He sat down, placing the stone carefully beside him. The water sparkled in the sun. Hans bent forward, cupping his hands to drink. The cool water touched his lips. He felt relief flow through him, but in his haste, he nudged the grindstone with his knee. It wobbled. Then it tipped. Down it slipped, rolling into the river. Splash! Hans jumped back. He reached out, but it was too late. The stone sank slowly, deeper and deeper. Clear water swallowed it completely. He sat frozen on the bank. Nothing moved. The river flowed on, indifferent. A moment of silence stretched between him and the world. Hans's chest heaved. A strange mix of shock and awe filled him. All his luck, all his careful trades, gone in a single instant. He stared at the ripples. The grindstone was lost. Yet somehow he did not feel despair. He thought of the goose he had exchanged it for, of the adventures he had lived, of the good fortune that had carried him this far. A quiet calm settled over him. The river moved steadily, the sun warmed his back, and the world felt alive and patient. Even in loss, life went on. Hans took a deep breath. He rose to his feet. The grindstone was gone, yes, but his spirit was not. He lifted the goose and continued along the path. Every step reminded him, luck might change, but joy and simplicity were always within reach. The village came into view at last. Hans's heart beat faster. The path had been long, tiring, and full of surprises. He carried the goose carefully. Every step felt lighter than before, even without the grindstone. Finally, he reached his mother's house. She ran out, her face full of worry, then relief. "Hans, you're back!" she cried, embracing him. He laughed, a warm, joyful sound. "I have brought you a gift," he said, showing the goose. "Not just for eating, but for comfort and happiness." His mother clapped her hands. "Oh, what a fine creature! Look at its feathers. It's fat. You have had such luck, Hans." Hans smiled, thinking of everything he had traded along the way. Silver, horse, cow, goat, and now the goose. Each step had been an adventure. Every misstep had led him here. He thought of the grindstone lost in the river. For a moment, he felt a pang. Then he laughed softly. Luck had its ways, but he had learned something more. Happiness is not only in what we hold, but in the journey, the trades, and the surprises along the path. His mother prepared a meal from the goose. Hans helped her in the kitchen. Butter and cheese, warm bread, and hearty laughter filled the room. He felt secure, content, and truly alive. Later, he sat by the window, watching the sun dip behind the hills. The world seemed calm, welcoming. He thought of the grinder, the countryman, the butcher, the shepherd. All had given him more than just animals or trades. They had shown kindness, trust, and opportunity. Hans leaned back, closing his eyes. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair. He felt the rhythm of the world, its quiet jokes, its hidden gifts. Luck had followed him all along, sometimes strange, sometimes fleeting, but always teaching him to smile. Surely, Hans whispered to himself, I am a lucky man. Deep inside, a dark forest, far from any village, there stood an ancient castle. Its walls were old. Its towers were broken. The trees around it grew thick and tall. Sunlight barely touched the ground. Very few people went near that place, and those who did never felt at ease. Inside the castle lived a powerful fairy. She was clever, and she was cruel. By day, she changed her shape. Sometimes she flew through the trees as an owl. Sometimes she crept along the ground like a cat, silent, watching. When night came, she became an old woman again, thin and pale, with sharp eyes and a crooked smile. The fairy ruled the forest with dark magic. She set clear rules. If a young man came too close, his body would freeze. He could not move. He could not speak. But if a beautiful maiden crossed that line, the fairy did something worse. She turned her into a bird. Inside the castle hung hundreds of cages. Each cage held a bird, and each bird had once been a girl. The forest was quiet. Danger waited in silence. There once lived a young maiden named Jorinda. She was gentle, and she was more beautiful than anyone in the land. Those who saw her remembered her face for days. A shepherd named Jorindel loved her dearly. He was kind, hard-working, and true of heart. They were deeply in love. Soon, they were to be married. Their future felt bright and close. One evening, they decided to walk together in the forest. They wished to be alone, to talk, to dream. As they walked, Jorindel spoke softly. "We must be careful," he said. "We must not go near the old castle." The sun was sinking low. Golden light stretched between the trees. Birds sang gently from above. Everything seemed peaceful, yet something felt wrong. Jorinda stopped to watch the sunset. Jorindel sat beside her. Neither spoke. A strange sadness filled their hearts. They did not know why, only that it felt as if fate itself was drawing near. The forest grew quiet, and the light slowly faded. They had walked far. The trees grew taller. Shadows stretched long across the ground. Jorindel looked around. He stopped. We have lost our way," he whispered. Then he saw it. Through the thick bushes, the dark walls of the castle rose before them. His face went pale. His hands trembled. Fear gripped his chest. Jorinda, unaware, began to sing. Her voice was soft and sweet. It floated through the trees. Suddenly, her form shivered. Her arms and legs grew small. Her head became tiny. She had changed. She was a nightingale. From the shadows, an owl with bright, fiery eyes swooped. It circled them 3 times. "Woo! Woo! Woo!" it cried. Jorindel tried to move, but his feet would not obey. His voice failed. He could not run. He could not speak. An old woman appeared from the dark. The fairy had come. She reached out and took the nightingale. In her hands, it fluttered helplessly. She sang a strange, low chant. The spell was complete. Jorindel was released. But when he looked around, Jorinda was gone. Only silence remained. Jorindel fell to his knees. "Please," he cried, "give her back to me. I beg you." The fairy only laughed. Her eyes were cold. "You will never see her again," she said. Then she vanished into the night. Jorindel's heart broke. Tears ran down his cheeks. He wandered in the forest, calling her name, but no answer came. He could not return home. Every step back felt empty. He left his village and traveled far until he reached a distant town. There, he worked as a shepherd. He led the sheep across the hills. Each day, he walked near the forest, always careful not to come too close to the castle. Sometimes, he crept near the edge of the dark trees, hoping to see a flash of her. But he never did. No song, no sign. Days turned into weeks. Weeks became months. the seasons changed. Still, Jorindel wandered alone. The memory of her filled his heart. Loneliness settled over him, quiet and deep, like the shadows of the forest itself. One night, Jorindel slept under the open sky. He dreamed a strange, bright dream. In the dream, he saw a flower. Its petals were a deep, glowing purple. In the very center, a single drop of dew sparkled like a pearl. The flower seemed alive. Its glow reached out. Where it touched, spells melted away. Birds transformed back into girls. Chains and cages vanished. And there, among the restored maidens, he saw Jorinda. Her hair glowed in the sun. Her eyes shone bright. She smiled at him. Safe. Free. Jorindel awoke with a start. His heart raced. Hope bloomed inside him like that magical flower. He left the village the next morning. He searched over hill and dale. He looked in valleys and along streams. 8 days passed. Each day he found nothing. His hope flickered, but did not die. On the 9th morning, he climbed a high hill. There, among the wild grass, he saw it. The purple flower. Its petals shone with the morning sun. The dew in its center glimmered like a perfect pearl. He plucked it carefully. His heart soared. Clutching the purple flower, Jorindel hurried toward the castle. He walked through fields and forests, day and night, without pause. Finally, he reached the castle. He stepped closer than ever before, closer than 100 paces. Nothing happened. He did not freeze. The flower protected him. A wave of relief filled his chest. He touched the castle door. It creaked open slowly. The courtyard lay before him, silent except for the rustling leaves. Suddenly, he heard singing. Hundreds of birds chirped together, a chorus that echoed through the halls. Jorindel followed the sound, careful not to trip over stones. He entered a room filled with cages. Each cage held a bird, fluttering and singing. The fairy appeared furious. Her eyes blazed. She shouted and waved her hands, but she could not come near him. The flower in his hand kept her at bay. Jorindel looked around. Many birds were there. All looked like nightingales. Which one was Jorinda? His heart raced. He had found her at last. But how could he tell? The fairy grabbed one cage and tried to flee. Jorindel ran after her as fast as he could. His hands held the purple flower tightly. He touched the cage with the flower. The cage opened. Jorinda stepped out. She was human again. Her hair shone in the sunlight. Her eyes sparkled with joy. She threw her arms around him. "Jorindel," she whispered. Tears ran down both their faces. They held each other close. Jorindel did not stop there. He touched the other cages with the flower. One by one, all the birds changed back. Every maiden became human again. The fairy tried to stop him, but her power was gone. She could do nothing now. Jorindel and Jorinda left the castle together. They returned to their home, hand in hand. They were married soon after. Their hearts were full of happiness. They lived together for many years, safe and free. Other couples, freed from the cages, reunited with their loved ones too. The forest grew quiet. Peace returned. And so the story ended, with love and joy lasting long after the danger had passed. Long ago, on a quiet farm, there lived an old donkey. For many years, he had worked faithfully. He carried heavy loads. He walked long roads. He never complained. But time passed. His steps grew slower. His back no longer felt strong. Each day, his master watched him with colder eyes. The donkey noticed the change. He heard the sharp tone in the man's voice. He saw the long pauses, the heavy thoughts, and in his heart, he understood something was wrong. One night, while the farm slept, the donkey made a choice. He would not wait for harm to find him. He would leave. Quietly, he stepped onto the road. The world felt wide and uncertain, yet a small hope warmed his chest. Far away stood a great city, a place full of sound and voices. There, the donkey thought, I can become a musician. With that gentle dream, he walked on. The road stretched ahead, and the night listened as the journey began. The donkey had not gone far when he saw a dog lying beside the road. The dog was breathing hard. His tongue hung low, and his eyes looked tired. "What troubles you, friend?" the donkey asked. The dog lifted his head slowly. "My strength is gone," he said. "I can no longer hunt as I once did. My master saw no use for me anymore." He paused. "He meant to end my life. So I ran." The donkey nodded. He understood that fear too well. "We are alike," he said, "old, worn, and no longer wanted." Then the donkey spoke of the great city, of music and new beginnings. "Come with me," he said. "Your voice is strong. Together, we may earn our living." The dog felt hope stir again, and he rose to his feet. They walked on side by side. Soon, they met a cat sitting quietly in the road. Her face was full of sorrow. "My days of chasing mice are over," she said softly. I only wished for warmth and rest, but my mistress chose cruelty instead. The donkey listened kindly. You sing beautifully at night, he said. In the city, that gift may save you. The cat's eyes brightened, and without another word, she joined them. They walked until they reached a busy farmyard. On a wooden gate sat a rooster. His feathers shone bright in the sunlight. He crowed loudly. His voice echoed across the fields. Hello there, said the donkey. You sing well. Why such a loud call? I announce the weather, said the rooster. My mistress and cook do not thank me. They plan to chop off my head tomorrow for the feast. The donkey shook his head. Come with us, he said softly. In the great city, your voice will be valued. We can make music together. You will be safe. The rooster thought for a moment. Then he spread his wings. Yes, I will join you, he said. Now, the group was 4. They walked together, laughing and chatting. The road seemed lighter with friends beside them. Night fell slowly. The city still lay far ahead. They entered a quiet forest to rest. The donkey and dog lay under a large tree. The cat climbed into the branches. The rooster flew to the top, high above them all. From there, he could see everything around. They were tired, but safe. And with that, they drifted into sleep, ready for the journey ahead. High in the tree, the rooster's eyes caught something far away. A tiny flicker of light. Look, he crowed. There must be a house not far from here. The donkey and the others stopped. Maybe we should change our resting place, said the donkey. This forest is quiet, but that light looks warm. The dog's stomach growled. A little food would not hurt, he said. And some warmth, too, added the cat. Carefully, they stepped toward the glow. The closer they came, the brighter it became. At last, they reached the edge of the clearing. Inside a house, a group of men sat around a table. Plates of meat, bread, and fruit were spread before them. The robbers laughed and drank. Their feast sparkled in the candlelight. The donkey, being the tallest, peeked through a window. Look at all that food, he whispered. Plenty for us, if only we can get in. The rooster flapped his wings in excitement. The dog's tail wagged. The cat's eyes gleamed. The 4 of them huddled together. They whispered ideas. How could they enter without being seen? How could they make the robbers leave? They waited, listened, and watched. The night grew still around them, and in the silence, a plan began to take shape. The animals huddled close. They needed a plan. Careful, quiet, and clever. The donkey went first. He stood tall on his hind legs, pressing his 4 feet against the window. The dog climbed onto the donkey's back. The cat scrambled up onto the dog's shoulders. Finally, the rooster fluttered to the cat's head. They froze, silent, waiting for the right moment. Then, with a single signal, it began. The donkey brayed loudly. The dog barked with all his might. The cat mewed high and sharp. The rooster crowed as if the sky itself had opened. The noise grew. The window shook. And then, crash. Glass shattered. The animals tumbled into the room. The robbers jumped to their feet. They screamed, ran, and waved their arms. They had never seen anything like it. A terrible, monstrous sound filled the house. Pots rattled, candles toppled. The robbers tripped over each other. Their hearts pounded with fear. The animals stood among the chaos. Not a hair was harmed. The robbers fled through doors and windows. They did not stop. They did not return. Silence fell. The animals looked at each other. They had done it. Danger was gone. Safety returned. When the robbers fled, the animals looked at each other. "Is it safe?" whispered the cat. The donkey nodded. "It's clear now. Let's go inside." Carefully, they stepped through the broken window. Shards of glass crunched under their feet. But they moved slowly, cautiously, without fear. The table was still full of food. Bread, cheese, and roasted meat lay untouched. The animals ate eagerly, their bellies full at last. The dog wagged his tail. The cat purred softly. Even the donkey brayed with quiet satisfaction. After the meal, they pushed the last candle out. Darkness settled in the room. The night was still. Peace returned. Each animal found a cozy spot. The donkey lay on a soft pile of straw. The dog curled up on a small mat near the door. The cat stretched out before the warm ashes. The rooster perched on a high beam, keeping watch just a little while longer. Warmth filled their bodies. Quiet filled the house. The world outside felt far away. One by one, their eyes grew heavy. Their breathing slowed. And under the calm night sky, the 4 friends drifted into a deep, gentle sleep, safe and content at last. Late at night, far away, the robbers began to think. "Maybe we left too quickly," one muttered. "I should see if the house is truly empty," said another. Quietly, a single robber crept back. He stepped carefully, holding a match to light the way. The house was dark. Every shadow seemed alive. He moved through the kitchen, soft and slow. Suddenly, two bright, glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. The cat had climbed down to investigate. The robber froze. He thought the eyes were fire. He lifted the match closer. In a flash, the cat hissed and sprang. She scratched his face. The dog lunged and bit his leg. The donkey kicked with all his strength. The rooster crowed loudly, high above. The robber screamed. He ran as fast as he could, stumbling across the yard. He shouted to his friends about monsters, witches, and fire-eyed devils. The others did not return. They never dared enter the house again. Inside, the four friends settled. They had a safe, warm home. No one could chase them away. No one could take their feast. The animals looked at each other and purred, brayed, barked, and crowed softly. And so they lived in the house ever after. Peace and friendship filled every corner. The night outside whispered softly, and the four travelers slept soundly, happy and safe, just as they had dreamed. Sultan was very old. His muzzle was gray. His teeth were gone. His legs ached when he tried to run. Still, he had been the shepherd's loyal dog for many years. He guarded the house. He watched over the fields. One morning, the shepherd and his wife stood by the doorway. "I will shoot old Sultan tomorrow," the shepherd said. "He is of no use now," he added. The wife shook her head. "Please, let him live," she said softly. "He has served us faithfully for so long. We should care for him in his old age." Sultan lay nearby. He heard every word. His heart sank. He felt afraid. He did not understand why this was happening. He felt confusion. He felt sadness. He felt betrayed. Night fell. The wind whispered through the trees. Sultan curled up. He felt alone, helpless. Sultan walked quietly into the forest. The shadows of the trees stretched long. His paws barely made a sound on the soft earth. He soon found his old friend, the wolf. The wolf was calm, sitting on a fallen log. Sultan lowered his head. "My master wants to kill me tomorrow," he said. "I have served him all my life. Now he wants me gone." The wolf listened carefully. He did not flinch. He did not speak at once. He only nodded. Then he spoke slowly. "Your master goes to the fields every morning. He takes his wife and their little child. They lay the child behind the hedge in the shade while they work. If you watch the child carefully, I can make a plan to save you." Sultan tilted his ears. The wolf explained the idea. It is risky. You must act fast, but it will make your master grateful." Sultan's tail twitched. He felt a spark of hope. "I will do it," he said. "I will trust your plan." The sun had barely risen. In the soft light of morning, the little child was laid behind the hedge. Sultan crouched nearby, pretending to watch over him. His eyes never left the child. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the trees. The wolf! He grabbed the child in his jaws and ran. The shepherd and his wife screamed, "Help! Our baby!" Their voices rang through the field. Sultan leaped forward without a second thought. His old legs pushed him faster than they had in years. The wolf looked back, surprised, but kept running. The chase was tense. Leaves rustled. Birds scattered. Then, as if on cue, the wolf let go of the child. The little one tumbled gently to the ground. Sultan scooped him up in his strong jaws. He raced back toward the parents. Relief washed over the shepherd and his wife. Tears filled their eyes. Sultan laid the child safely at their feet. He sat back, panting, his old body trembling, proud, exhausted, and victorious. The shepherd bent down and patted Sultan's head. "You have saved our child," he said. "You are a true friend, a hero." His wife came forward, tears in her eyes. "Old Sultan," she whispered, "you will never be in danger again." From that day, everything changed for the old dog. He had food enough to fill his belly. A soft cushion awaited him in the house. Warm sunlight streamed where he lay. He could rest without fear. Neighbors came to see the brave dog. They praised him too, calling him wise and loyal. Children ran to pet him. Everyone wanted to hear the story of how Sultan saved the little one. Sultan lifted his head and wagged his tail. He felt safe. He felt loved. For the first time in many years, he could sleep without worry. Calm happiness settled over him like a warm blanket. The old dog had finally found his peace. He was home. He was cared for. He was honored. A few nights later, the wolf returned. He moved silently through the trees. Sultan spotted him at the edge of the forest. "Well done, old friend," the wolf called. "You have been clever and brave." Sultan growled softly, cautious but curious. The wolf leaned closer. "I have a favor to ask," he said. "When the shepherd's sheep are grazing, look the other way. Let me take a few without trouble." Sultan shook his head. "No," he said firmly. "I serve my master. I will not betray him. I will not help you steal." The wolf laughed. "You are joking," he said. "You must be joking." Sultan's eyes met the wolf's. "I am serious," he said. "My loyalty is to my master. Nothing else matters." For a moment, the wolf stared in disbelief. He had expected obedience, not courage. Quiet tension hung in the night air. The forest seemed still, listening. Sultan sat tall, proud, and unwavering. His master's honor came first. That night, the wolf crept toward the sheep. Silent paws on soft grass, eyes glinting in the moonlight. Sultan spotted him immediately. He barked sharply, waking the shepherd. "Quick, hide," Sultan seemed to say. The shepherd moved quietly. He crouched behind the barn, cudgel in hand. Sultan stayed near, alert, watching every shadow. The wolf lunged at the flock, but Sultan and the shepherd were ready. A swift blow struck the wolf. He yelped and stumbled. Another hit landed. The wolf scrambled away, humiliated, angry, and defeated. By morning, he had vanished. But his plan was not over. From the forest edge, the wolf sent a messenger, a wild boar. It stomped toward Sultan's home. The message was clear. A challenge. "Come to the woods," it seemed to say, "and face me in battle." Sultan watched the boar and thought carefully. He needed a companion. He could not face this alone. The tension in the air was sharp. Every leaf, every rustle seemed like a warning. Sultan's mind raced. He would not back down. But he had to be clever. Sultan knew he could not face the wolf alone. He chose an old companion, the shepherd's three-legged cat. Though she limped and moved slowly, her eyes were sharp. Together they walked toward the forest. The wolf and the wild boar watched from the shadows. They whispered among themselves. The cat's tail stood straight in the air. Every limp looked like a step to strike. "Is she carrying a sword?" the boar muttered. "Or preparing a trap?" The wolf climbed a tree in fear. The boar dove behind a bush. Sultan approached, calm and proud. The cat leaped forward, thinking a moving leaf was a mouse. Her claws caught the boar's ear. The boar yelped and ran, squealing in pain. The wolf peeked down, shivering. Sultan's gaze met his. "Your tricks are done," Sultan seemed to say. The wolf hung his head in shame. Peace returned to the fields. The shepherd and his family rejoiced. Sultan curled on his soft cushion. The cat purred beside him. The wolf promised friendship. All was calm. The old dog slept, safe and honored. His life was complete. In a quiet village, at the edge of the fields, there lived a poor old woman. Her days were simple. Her life was quiet. One evening, she gathered a bowl of dry beans. She planned to cook them for her supper. Nothing more, nothing special. She knelt by the hearth. Carefully, she built a small fire. To help it burn faster, she added a handful of dry straw. The flame caught quickly. It crackled and glowed. Slowly, the woman lifted the beans. She tipped them toward the pan. Most of them fell inside, but one did not. A single bean slipped away. It dropped to the floor without a sound. The woman did not see it. The bean rolled to a stop beside a piece of straw that had fallen earlier. A moment later, something else happened. From the heart of the fire, a burning coal suddenly jumped free. It landed on the ground, right beside the straw and the bean. The three lay there together, still, silent. The danger had passed, and for a brief moment, nothing moved at all. The coal stirred slightly. "Friends," it asked, "where have you come from?" "I nearly did not survive," the coal admitted. "I leapt from the fire with all my might. Had I stayed, I would have been reduced to ashes." The bean spoke next, in a soft voice. "I, too, escaped unharmed. If the old woman had dropped me into the pot, I would have been cooked into a thick broth, just like my unfortunate companions." Then the straw rattled gently. "My story is no better. The old woman's fire claimed all my brethren, 60 in a single blaze. By sheer luck, I slipped away, and here I am, still whole." For a quiet moment, they listened to one another. Each had survived by chance, and now their paths had crossed. The trio paused, unsure of what to do next. Coal broke the silence. "What shall we do now?" it asked, worry in its voice. The bean looked around thoughtfully. "We have survived by chance," it said. "Perhaps we should stay close and journey together to a distant land. There, no fire or danger will find us." Straw nodded in agreement. Coal hesitated for a moment, then joined in. United by their narrow escapes, the three friends set off side by side, leaving the village hearth behind them. A gentle brook appeared in their path, its waters rushing over smooth stones. No bridge spanned the stream, and the three friends hesitated, unsure how to continue. Then the straw spoke up. "I can help," it said. "I will stretch myself across the water. You can walk over safely, like a bridge." With care, straw extended from one bank to the other. The coal stepped onto it boldly at first, but halfway across, The sound of rushing water made it pause. It froze, unsure whether to go on, while straw held steady, offering itself without fear. Suddenly, the straw began to smolder. Flames crept along its length until it snapped in two, falling into the rushing brook below. The coal lost its footing and tumbled after it, hissing as it sank into the water. Gone. The bean stayed on the shore, watching in disbelief. A laugh bubbled up, then another, until the laughter shook her so much that she burst open. Fortune intervened when a traveling tailor passing by saw the scene. With needle and black thread, he carefully stitched the bean back together. From that day on, every bean has a small black seam, a quiet reminder of chance, friendship, and narrow escapes. Once upon a time, in a faraway kingdom, there were fairies. They lived openly, hidden in forests and gardens, and sometimes people could catch a glimpse of them. In that kingdom lived a king and queen. They had everything they could wish for: golden treasures, beautiful clothes, fine food and drink. Every day they rode in a grand carriage, waving to their people. Yet they had one sadness. They had no children. Years passed, and their hearts ached more and more. The castle was full of laughter and music, but never the laughter of a child. One day, the queen walked beside a quiet river at the edge of the garden. She saw a small fish lying on the shore, gasping for life. Without a second thought, she picked it up and threw it back into the water. The fish lifted its head and spoke. "I know your wish," it said, "and it shall be granted. Soon you will have a daughter." The queen smiled. For the first time in many years, her heart felt light. Hope had returned. The queen's wish came true. She gave birth to a daughter. A child so beautiful, everyone who saw her could not look away. The king was overjoyed. He wanted to celebrate. He planned a grand feast. Everyone in the kingdom would be invited. Friends, nobles, neighbors. He also wanted the fairies to come. There were 13 fairies in the kingdom, each one with magical powers. But there were only 12 golden dishes. One fairy could not be invited. The day of the feast arrived. The hall was bright with candles and flowers. The tables overflowed with food. The guests laughed and sang. The 12 fairies entered, each wearing a tall red hat, red shoes on their feet, a long white wand in their hand. One by one, they gave their gifts. "Beauty," said the first. "Goodness," said the second. "Riches," said another. "Wisdom," said the next. The little princess smiled as she received each gift. Her eyes sparkled, her tiny hands reached out to the fairies. She was truly blessed. But outside, a shadow waited. The 13th fairy had not been invited. Her black cloak hid her face. Her anger grew. She was about to make her presence known. The hall was still filled with music and laughter. Yet, soon, a new sound would interrupt, a warning of the troubles yet to come. The doors of the hall burst open. A figure entered. The 13th fairy. Black shoes, a dark cap, a broomstick in her hand. Her eyes blazed with anger. She scolded the king and queen. Her voice echoed through the hall. "I was not invited," she said, "and now I will have my revenge." She raised her hand. A terrible curse followed. "The princess will prick her finger on a spindle. On her 15th year, she will fall down dead." Gasps filled the room. The music stopped. The guests froze. Fear spread like wildfire. A 12th fairy stepped forward. Her expression was calm, but firm. "The curse cannot be undone," she said, "but its harm can be lessened. The princess will not die. She will sleep for 100 years." The king's face turned pale. He tried to think of a way to protect her. "All spindles in the kingdom," he commanded, "must be gathered and burned." Years went by. The princess grew into a kind and wise girl. She was gentle, well-behaved, and beautiful. Everywhere she went, people adored her. Her laughter brought joy. Her smile warmed hearts. All the gifts from the first 12 fairies had been fulfilled. The princess shone with every blessing. Goodness, beauty, wisdom. She was loved by all who knew her. Yet the shadow of the curse still lingered. Time was moving toward the 15th year. The kingdom remained unaware of what was to come. 15 years had passed. The princess wandered through the palace alone. Her parents were away that day. She wandered from room to room. Every hall held wonders. Every chamber hid a secret. At last, she found a narrow staircase. It led to a little door at the top of an old tower. A golden key hung in the lock. She turned it carefully. The door creaked open. Inside, an old woman was spinning. The wheel hummed as it turned. The princess watched, fascinated. Her curiosity could not be stopped. Gently, she reached for the spindle. No sooner had she touched it than the prophecy came true. A sharp prick. Her fingers bled slightly. Then she collapsed, deep and still. The spell spread quickly. The princess lay asleep. The king and queen returned home to find the palace quiet. Everyone fell into the same deep sleep. The horses in the stables, the dogs in the courtyard, even the pigeons on the rooftops, all slumbered. Objects stood frozen. The fire stopped burning. Time seemed to pause entirely. Outside, a thick hedge of thorns began to grow. It wound higher and higher around the palace. No one could see the castle anymore. The sleeping princess lay hidden. All the court remained caught in the spell. The palace was hidden now. Thorns had grown thick and tall around it. Year after year, they twisted higher. No roof could be seen. No chimney. The castle vanished from sight. Stories began to spread across the kingdom. People whispered of the beautiful princess who slept inside. They called her Briar Rose. The legend grew with each telling. Many princes heard the tale. One by one, they came to try their luck. They rode toward the palace, hoping to see the sleeping beauty. But the thorns were alive. They caught the horses' hooves. They clutched at the prince's hands and feet. No one passed through. Each prince who tried became trapped. Some were scratched and bruised. Others perished in the thick hedge. The story of their failures added to the legend. Generations came and went. The kingdom aged, and the tale became myth. The princess remained unseen. Her court remained frozen. The palace slept beneath the endless thorns. And still, the legend promised. A time would come when the sleeping princess would finally be found. A young prince arrived in the kingdom. The sun was warm, and the road led him to a small village at the edge of the forest. An old man saw him and called out, "Wait, young traveler," he said. "I know why you have come. Do you wish to hear the story of the sleeping princess?" The prince nodded. The old man spoke slowly, his voice trembling. He told of the palace hidden by thorns. He told how many princes had tried to enter. None had succeeded. They had all been trapped and perished. But the prince's eyes shone with determination. He did not hesitate. "I will find her," he said quietly. "Nothing can stop me." The old man warned him again. Still, the prince stepped forward. As he reached the thick hedge, something miraculous happened. The thorns began to bloom. Flowers opened along each branch. A clear path appeared, wide enough to walk through. He passed carefully, stepping into the quiet palace grounds. Everything was still. The horses slept in the stables. The dogs lay on the floor. Pigeons perched on the rooftops, motionless. Even the fire in the hearth seemed frozen. The prince walked slowly through the halls. He noticed the cook holding a spoon in midair. The maid paused, with the chicken in her lap. Every detail of the court lay suspended in time. Finally, he reached the old tower. A narrow staircase led up to a small door. Inside, on a couch by the window, lay the princess. She was fast asleep. Briar Rose, so beautiful that he could not take his eyes off her. The prince knelt. He felt a quiet awe. He knew this moment had been waiting for 100 years. The prince's heart pounded as he gazed at the sleeping princess. Her face was calm, serene, untouched by time. He felt a mix of awe and hope. Gently, he leaned closer. He pressed his lips to hers. And suddenly, she stirred. Her eyes fluttered open. A soft smile spread across her face. The spell began to break. All around them, the palace awoke. The horses lifted their heads in the stables. The dogs stretched and barked. Pigeons shook their wings and flew into the sky. The fire in the hearth blazed again. Even the cook lowered her raised hand. The maid resumed plucking the chicken. The ale in the butler's jug did not spill as he drank. The king and queen rushed in, bewildered. Their daughter stood before them, alive and smiling. Tears of joy filled their eyes. The whole court gathered, amazed. Laughter and music returned to the castle. The young prince took Briar Rose's hand. Together, they stepped into the light. The kingdom celebrated. A grand feast was prepared. Songs and dances filled the halls. And at last, the prince and Briar Rose were married. The entire kingdom rejoiced. It was a day of happiness unlike any other. From that moment on, the palace was filled with life again. The couple ruled with kindness and wisdom. And everyone knew that true love had conquered time. The legend of Briar Rose would be told for generations. A promise of joy and lasting happiness had finally come true. The dwarf lived with a shepherd, but the shepherd cared little for him. He often went hungry. Days passed. Nights passed. Hunger was his constant companion. He grew tired. He grew sad. At last, he could take no more. He turned away from his home. He walked down the dusty road. His head hung low. His heart felt heavy. A sparrow fluttered down from a tree. She landed in front of him. "Why are you so sad?" she asked. "I am hungry," said the dog. "I have nothing to eat," he added. "Follow me," said the sparrow. "I will show you food, plenty of it." The dog's ears perked up. Hope glimmered in his eyes. Together, They walked toward the town, two unlikely friends, walking side by side. The town lay quiet as the dog and sparrow arrived. The streets smelled of bread and fresh meat. The dog's stomach growled. He looked around with wide eyes. "Stay here," said the sparrow. "I will see what I can do." She fluttered to the first butcher shop. She paused. She looked left. She looked right. No one was watching. Then she pecked at a piece of meat on the counter. It wobbled. It fell. The dog grabbed it quickly. He ran to a quiet corner. He ate with joy. The sparrow chirped softly. "More is coming," she promised. They moved to the next shop. The sparrow repeated her careful checks. A second piece of meat tumbled down. The dog ate again. He licked his lips. His tail wagged. "Is that enough?" asked the sparrow. "I have had plenty," said the dog. He paused. "But I would like some bread next," he added. "Very well," the sparrow said. "Come with me." She led him down the street. The baker's shop came into view. Loaves lay in the window. The sparrow pecked gently. 2 rolls fell. The dog ate happily. "Do you need more?" asked the sparrow. The dog shook his head. "I am full of meat now," he said, "but bread still warms the belly." The sparrow smiled. She led him to another shop. He ate, satisfied at last. His steps grew lighter. Hope had returned. Loaves of bread sat in the baker's window. The sparrow fluttered up. She pecked gently at one roll. It tumbled down. The dog sniffed it. He ate eagerly, savoring each bite. Another shop appeared around the corner. Once again, the sparrow nudged the bread loose. The dog ate, his tail wagging this time. Each bite made him lighter, stronger. "Have you had enough?" asked the sparrow. The dog paused. "I am full," he said. "But a little more would be nice," he added. The sparrow chirped and nodded. She led him to a nearby stall. Bread rolled to the ground. The dog ate quietly. Finally, he shook his head. "I am satisfied now," he said. The sparrow smiled. "You have eaten well. Now, shall we leave the town?" she asked. They stepped onto the open road. Sunlight warmed their backs. The dog yawned. His legs felt heavy. "Let us rest here for a while," he suggested. The sparrow agreed. She perched on a nearby bush. The dog stretched out on the soft dirt. Eyes slowly closing, he drifted into sleep. A gentle breeze passed over him. The world felt calm. For the first time that day, he felt safe. The sparrow watched quietly, alert beside him. all was still. Peace lingered in the warm afternoon. The dog slept quietly on the road. Sunlight warmed his fur. His breathing was slow. A heavy cart rumbled nearby. 3 horses pulled it. The wheels rolled straight toward the dog. The sparrow saw it immediately. She flapped her wings and cried, "Stop! Watch out!" The carter scowled. "Bird, mind your own business," he muttered. He cracked his whip. The cart moved faster. "Move aside, or it will be worse for you," the sparrow shouted. The carter laughed, ignoring her. He did not slow down. The dog stirred, but did not wake. The cart rolled over him. A terrible sound. The dog did not move. He was gone. The sparrow shrieked in grief. She fluttered above the dog. Tears seemed in her tiny eyes. Her wings trembled with anger. "Carter, you cruel man," she called. "You have killed my friend." But the carter shrugged. "What can a little bird do to me?" he sneered. He moved on, cart rattling. The sparrow hovered, silent for a moment. Her sorrow turned into determination. Her eyes blazed with rage. This cruelty would not go unpunished. She circled above the road. A plan began to form. Kindness had ended. Vengeance was beginning. Shadows stretched across the road as the sparrow darted under the cart. She pecked at a wooden bung on one of the wine casks. Slowly, the wine leaked out. No one noticed. Soon, the carter looked back. His eyes widened. "All gone," he shouted. "What bad luck has struck me?" "Not enough yet," the sparrow whispered to herself. Her tiny wings trembled with anger. She hopped onto the nearest horse. The animal shied and reared. The carter swung his hatchet at her. She zipped away just in time. The blow hit the horse instead. The horse fell dead to the ground. He cursed loudly. "This is terrible. Why me?" The sparrow chirped sharply. "Your misfortune is not complete." Under the cart, she found the second cask. Her beak worked quickly. Wine ran freely, soaking the road. The carter looked again. His face turned pale. The second horse reared in fright. Another hatchet swing. Another horse dead. He stomped his feet in rage. The cart could go no further. Abandoned, it sat half on the road. His anger grew with each step. Frustration and helplessness took hold. The sparrow hovered above. Every loss, every shock came from her tiny wings. Carter had learned that cruelty always comes back. Carter stormed into his house. He pounded the door behind him. "Everything is ruined," he shouted. His wife looked at him anxiously. "Wait," she said. there is more. The birds, they are in the loft. They are eating the grain." Carter froze. He ran upstairs. Thousands of birds swarmed the room. Wings flapped, beaks tore at the corn. The sparrow perched at the center, watching. "Not done yet," the sparrow called, her voice sharp and clear. "You have caused cruelty. Now you will see it returned." Carter ground his teeth. "Ridiculous!" he shouted. He made no move to stop them. The birds continued their feast. Grain disappeared almost entirely. The sparrow flew away, circling above. "Your punishment is not over," she cried. Carter slammed the door behind him. He leaned against it, trembling with rage. He picked up a chair. He smashed a table. Glasses crashed to the floor. Nothing touched the sparrow. She hopped into the window. Carter swung wildly. The frame broke. Shards flew everywhere. The sparrow moved from place to place, taunting him. His wife joined in. Together, in blind fury, they tore through the house. Furniture, benches, anything in reach, destroyed. Still, the bird remained safe. Carter's anger and frustration grew with each failed strike. The sparrow was finally caught. The wife held her carefully. "Shall I finish it quickly?" she asked. "No," Carter snapped. "Make it cruel. Let her suffer." The sparrow tilted her head. Her eyes sparkled with defiance. "Your cruelty will cost you," she chirped. Carter's face twisted with rage. He could not think clearly. His fists shook. "Strike her," he ordered his wife. She swung the hatchet. It missed the bird. It hit Carter instead. He fell to the floor with a heavy thud. Silence filled the house. The wife stared in shock. The sparrow hopped lightly from her grasp. She flew out the window. Wings beating softly, she rose above the house. The room lay in ruin. Furniture splintered, glass scattered across the floor. But the sparrow was gone. She returned to her nest, calm, safe, not a feather harmed. The chaos faded into quiet. No words were spoken. No one came to help the Carter. Justice had been done, not by sword or axe, not by man or law, but by the courage and cleverness of a small bird. The story ended there. The sparrow's home was peaceful. The wrongs had been repaid, and the lesson lingered. Cruelty always comes back. Long ago, there lived a king with 12 daughters. They were all beautiful, and they all slept together in one great chamber. Every night, the servants shut the doors. They locked them tight. No one could enter. No one could leave. Yet every morning, something strange appeared. The princesses' shoes lay by their beds. The soles were thin. The leather was torn, as if the girls had danced for hours in the dark. The servants whispered among themselves. They searched the room. They checked the doors. Nothing was broken. Nothing was moved. The king grew uneasy. He could not understand it. His daughters said nothing, and the mystery returned, night after night. At last, the king spoke to the whole kingdom. He made a bold promise. Whoever discovered where his daughters went each night would be richly rewarded. That man could choose one princess as his wife. And when the king died, the crown would be his. But there was a warning. Anyone who tried and failed for 3 nights would lose his life. The challenge was set. The prize was great, and the dangers greater still. Many princes and noblemen came to try their fortune. They believed courage and sharp eyes would be enough. Each was welcomed with honor. Each was given a chamber beside the room of the 12 princesses. At night, they were told to stay awake, to listen carefully, to notice every sound. The doors were left open. Nothing was hidden from them. But one by one, they failed. Sleep fell upon them like a heavy curtain. No matter how hard they tried, their eyes closed. Morning always came too soon. And every morning, the shoes told the same story. Worn soles, broken leather, as if the princesses had danced until dawn. After 3 nights, the law was carried out. The hopeful men lost their lives. Fear spread through the land. No one wished to try again. One day, a wounded old soldier passed through the kingdom. He had fought many battles. Now he carried no sword. He had no home and no clear path ahead. As he walked through a forest, he met an old woman. She asked where he was going. He answered honestly. He did not know. When he spoke of the princesses, the woman smiled. She said the secret could be uncovered, but only with care. She gave him 2 warnings. Do not drink the wine offered at night, and when the princess leaves, pretend to sleep. Then she handed him a cloak. It held a strange power. When worn, it would make him unseen. The soldier listened closely. He thanked the woman, and at last he chose his path. He would try his luck. The soldier was welcomed at the palace as the others had been. Servants bowed before him. Fine clothes were brought. And when evening came, he was led to a chamber beside the room of the 12 princesses. Not long after, the eldest princess entered. She carried a cup of wine. Her voice was sweet. Her smile was calm. The soldier took the cup, but when no one was watching, he poured the wine away. Not a single drop touched his lips. He lay down on the bed. Soon, he began to snore, slowly, loudly, as if deep in sleep. The princesses listened. Then they laughed. They whispered to one another. Another foolish man, they thought. Another life soon lost. They opened their chests and drawers. Rich dresses shimmered in the candlelight. Jewels sparkled. The sisters dressed quickly, eager and excited. Only the youngest paused. Her heart felt heavy. Something was wrong. She could feel it. The eldest brushed her fears aside. There was nothing to worry about. She stepped to her bed and clapped her hands. The floor shifted. A hidden door opened beneath the bed. One by one, the princesses went down the narrow stairs. At once, the soldier rose. He wrapped the cloak around his shoulders and vanished from sight. He followed them quietly. Below, a strange world appeared. Tall trees stood in silence. Their leaves were silver, glowing softly. The soldier reached out and broke a small branch. A sharp sound rang through the grove. The youngest cried out again. Her fear returned, stronger than before. But the eldest only laughed. She said it was nothing. And they walked on. Beyond the silver grove, another forest appeared. Here, the leaves shone like pure gold. They glimmered softly as the sisters passed through. The soldier followed close behind. Once again, he reached out. A golden branch snapped beneath his fingers. The sound echoed through the trees. The youngest princess gasped. Her fear grew stronger. She was certain now that they were not alone. Still, the eldest scolded her and urged the others forward. Soon, a third grove came into view. Its leaves sparkled like diamonds in the dark. The air itself seemed to glow. The soldier took a branch from this forest as well. And once more, the sharp noise returned. At last, the trees opened onto a wide, silent lake. The water lay dark and still. Along the shore waited 12 small boats. In each stood a handsome prince. Each princess stepped into a boat. The soldier joined the youngest, unseen. As the oars dipped into the water, the boat moved slowly. Too slowly. The prince frowned. The weight felt strange. He could not understand it. The princess laughed and blamed the warm night. Across the lake, a brilliant castle shone with light. Music floated through the air. Horns and strings called them forward. Inside, the dancing began. They whirled and laughed until deep into the night. Whenever a cup was set down, the soldier drank from it. By morning, every shoe was ruined. Before dawn, they returned the same way. The second night passed just as the first, and on the third, the soldier quietly took a golden cup. The third night began just like the others. Silver, gold, and diamond trees glimmered as the princesses passed. The youngest felt a cold shiver run down her spine. Something was wrong. She could sense it, though her sisters ignored her warnings. The eldest laughed lightly. "Nothing is wrong," she said. "Every prince has failed, and so will this one." Inside the castle, music floated through the halls. The princesses danced for hours, graceful and tireless. Their shoes wore thin, yet they moved as if nothing could touch them. The soldier followed, invisible beneath his cloak. When the dancing ended, he slipped ahead quietly. He made sure to be safe before the sisters climbed the stairs. Back in the palace, the princesses were exhausted. They removed their shoes and hid them carefully. The doors were locked again, and silence returned to the chamber. The soldier held the 3 branches from the magical groves. He also carried the golden cup he had taken. Each token was proof of the secret he had uncovered. He checked them once more. Tension hung in the air. Soon he would face the king. And soon the princesses would have to answer for their nightly adventures. The king sat on his throne, his eyes sharp and curious. The soldier was brought forward, carrying his tokens carefully. He bowed respectfully, then stood tall, ready to speak. Behind the door, the 12 princesses pressed close, listening. Their hearts beat quickly. They knew the moment of truth had come. The soldier began. He told of the hidden stairway beneath their bed. He described the underground castle, sparkling with silver, gold, and diamonds. He spoke of the 12 princes waiting by the lake, and the magical boats that carried the princesses each night. One by one, he held up the branches. Silver, gold, and diamond gleamed in the morning light. Finally, he displayed the golden cup. The king leaned forward. "Tell me," he said, "where do my daughters go at night?" The princesses' faces turned pale. No words came at first. Denial would not save them. Slowly, the eldest spoke. Then the others followed. Each confession unfolded quietly, truth spilling out. They admitted every dance, every prince, every secret step. The king listened with calm authority. The soldier had seen all. The mystery was solved. There was no more hiding, no more whispers in the night. The kingdom breathed easier. The dangerous secret had finally been revealed. Justice and fairness would now guide the reward. And the soldier, who had endured and observed, had earned his place in history. A quiet hush fell over the hall as the king turned to the soldier. "Which of my daughters will you choose as your wife?" he asked. The soldier smiled faintly. "I am no longer young," he said, "but I wish to marry the eldest princess," he added with respect. Preparations began at once. The palace filled with joy and celebration. The wedding was arranged for that very day, with music, flowers, and the warmth of family all around. The king named the soldier his heir. A new chapter for the kingdom had begun. The 12 princesses no longer needed to sneak away at night. Their dancing had ended forever. For the first time in many nights, peace settled over the palace. The princess's secret life was closed, and no one would speak of it again. The halls echoed with calm laughter and gentle chatter. The weight of mystery lifted. In the quiet moments that followed, lessons were clear. Patience and careful observation had guided the soldier to success. Wisdom had won where boldness alone had failed. And in the end, the kingdom thrived, safe and joyful under the care of a thoughtful king and his clever, courageous bride. By the edge of the sea, in a small pigsty made of wood and mud, lived a poor fisherman and his wife. The roof leaked when it rained. The floor was always damp. Life was hard, and comfort was rare. Each morning, the fisherman walked down to the shore with his fishing rod. He sat quietly by the water. The sea was calm. The waves shimmered softly under the light of the sky. Fishing was the only peace he knew. One day, as he watched his line drift, it suddenly pulled hard. The float vanished beneath the water. The fisherman struggled and slowly pulled up a great, heavy fish. To his shock, the fish spoke. It begged for its life. It said it was no ordinary fish, but an enchanted prince trapped by magic. The fisherman was startled, but he felt no greed. Without asking for anything, he gently placed the fish back into the sea. The water stirred strangely as it vanished below. When he returned home, he told his wife everything. She listened in silence. Then her face darkened. "A wish," she said sharply. "You wasted a wish." The fisherman's wife was furious. She looked around the pigsty, the mud floor, the broken walls, the smell of animals. "Is this how we must live?" she cried. "You caught a magic fish, and you asked for nothing." She ordered him to go back at once. "Ask for a proper home," she said. "A small, warm cottage." The fisherman felt uneasy. His heart was heavy. He did not like to trouble the fish again. But his wife would not listen. So he walked back to the shore. The sea looked different now, not bright and clear. The water had turned yellow and green. It moved slowly, as if watching him. The fisherman stood at the edge. He called softly into the waves. He spoke with respect and fear. Soon, the fish rose from the water. It was calm. It did not seem angry. The fisherman explained everything. He spoke of his wife, of her unhappiness, of the small home she desired. The fish listened. Then it answered simply. "Go home," it said. "Your wish is already granted." The fisherman hurried back. When he reached the old place, the pigsty was gone. In its place stood a neat little cottage, white walls, a clean roof, a door that closed properly. Inside were tidy rooms, a bed, a table, a warm kitchen. Behind the cottage was a small garden. Flowers grew there. Fruit hung from low branches. The fisherman smiled. "At last, we can live in peace," he said. His wife nodded. For the moment, she was pleased. For a short while, life felt easy. The cottage was warm. Meals were simple but filling. The fisherman rested at night without worry. But his wife began to look around. She measured the rooms with her eyes. She stepped into the garden. She frowned. "There is not enough space," she said. "The walls are too close. The land is too small." Her thoughts grew larger each day. Soon, she spoke of stone and towers. "I want a great castle," she declared, "a home fit for power." The fisherman felt a chill. He shook his head. "We have enough," he said. "We should not ask again." His words meant nothing to her. "Nonsense," she replied. "The fish will not refuse." With heavy steps, the fisherman returned to the sea. The air felt cold. The sky looked dull. The water was dark and still, like deep glass. He stood at the shore. He called out once more. His voice trembled. The fish appeared. It asked what was wanted this time. The fisherman spoke quietly. He asked for a stone castle. There was no pause, no anger. The fish agreed. When the fisherman returned, the cottage had vanished. Before him rose a mighty castle, tall walls of stone, wide gates, bright towers. Servants moved through great halls. Golden chairs lined the rooms. Outside stretched fields and gardens. The fisherman stared in wonder. "Now we have everything," he said. "This must be enough." Morning came, but the fisherman's wife did not sleep well. She turned restlessly in her bed. Her eyes darted to the window. She thought of the castle the servants, the gardens. "I am tired of this," she said. "I want more. I want to rule the land." The fisherman sat up. He blinked in disbelief. "Rule the land?" he whispered. "Wife, we have enough. Why ask for more?" But she shook her head. "I will be king," she insisted. "No one can stop me." With a heavy heart, the fisherman left. The path to the sea felt longer than ever. The air was gray. The waves rolled unevenly, uneasy. Wind tugged at his coat. He stood at the water's edge. He called to the fish. His voice trembled. He explained his wife's new demand. She wished to be king. The fish appeared without delay. It asked only what was desired. The fisherman spoke clearly. The wish was delivered. When he returned home, the change was complete. Soldiers lined the courtyard. Trumpets blared in celebration. A royal throne gleamed in the great hall. His wife wore a crown. She sat proudly, surveying all before her. The fisherman could only stare. The power and splendor overwhelmed him. For a while, they marveled at the glory. But his wife's gaze wandered. Her satisfaction was brief. Ambition whispered in her mind. She already imagined the next step. The kingly crown did not satisfy her. She paced the grand hall. "The title of king is too small for me," she said. "I want to be emperor." The fisherman's face turned pale. "Emperor?" he stammered. The fish. "Can it even do this? It is too much." But she ignored his fear. "Go at once," she commanded. "You must ask." He left with a heavy heart. His steps were slow and reluctant. The path to the sea felt endless. He muttered prayers under his breath, afraid of what he must do. When he reached the water, the sea was unrecognizable. Black and muddy, it churned violently. Waves tossed and clashed. The wind shrieked and pulled at him. Even the air felt heavy. He swallowed hard. His voice shook as he called to the fish. He explained the new demand. His wife wanted to be emperor. The fish surfaced calmly. It listened. And then, without hesitation, it granted the wish. When the fisherman returned, the castle had grown even larger. Towers rose higher than clouds. Halls stretched wide and endless. Servants moved in disciplined lines. Courtyards and gardens expanded beyond sight. The fisherman could hardly take it all in. The scale, the grandeur, the hierarchy. It was overwhelming. His wife climbed her new throne. She looked around, satisfied for only a moment. Already, her eyes were searching for what was next. Ambition had no bounds. The emperor's crown was not enough. She paced the halls again, her eyes sharp. "I want more," she said. "More than crowns or titles. I want the highest authority in the land." The fisherman trembled. "Wife, please," he pleaded. "Even the fish cannot grant this. It is impossible." But she would not listen. "No excuses," she said firmly. "You must ask." Fear weighed him down. He walked to the sea with slow, heavy steps. The air was colder. The sky darkened. Waves crashed angrily. The wind tore at his coat. He reached the water and called out, voice shaking. "Oh, man of the sea," he said, "my wife demands her will be done. She wishes to be pope." The fish rose silently. It listened without judgment. Then, as before, it granted her wish. The fisherman returned home. The palace had grown once more. An enormous throne stood in the center. Candles and burning lights blazed on each side. Rows of attendants and guards filled the halls. Symbols of power and faith were everywhere. His wife sat on the throne, proud and tall. She looked around with satisfaction. The fisherman bowed his head. "Please, be content," he whispered. "Surely this is enough." But she was restless. Sleep would not come. Her mind raced with new ideas. Even now, ambition whispered in her ear. Night had barely passed when she rose again. The sunlight streamed through the window. She stared at it with fury. "How dare it rise without my command?" she cried. "The sun, the moon, they move without me." Her hands trembled with anger. Her voice shook the fisherman. "Go to the fish," she demanded. "Tell him I must rule the sun and moon." He sank to his knees. "Please, wife," he begged. "This is too much. You cannot ask for this." She ignored him. "You will go," she said. "There is no other way." Shivering, he stepped outside. The world had changed. Storm clouds filled the sky. Lightning split the heavens. Thunder rolled like distant drums. Trees bent under the wind. Rocks seemed to quiver in fear. The sea rose like mountains. Waves crashed in chaotic fury. The fisherman struggled forward. Each step was a battle against the wind. At last, he reached the shore. His voice barely carried over the roar of the waves. "Oh, man of the sea," he called. "My wife demands her will be done. She wishes to rule the sun and moon." The fish appeared, massive and calm amid the chaos. It listened. The request was spoken. The fisherman's heart pounded. He could hardly believe he had delivered it. The storm whipped around him, but the fish remained silent and still. The last wish hung in the air, ominous and impossible. The waves grew still. The storm vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The fish floated quietly on the water. It said nothing. It did not move. It simply listened. The fisherman's heart sank. This time, there would be no answer, no magic, no granting of wishes. The fish finally spoke. "Go home," it said calmly. "Return to your life as it was before." The fisherman turned slowly. The sea was calm now, almost peaceful. The air felt lighter, though heavy with finality. He walked home in silence. The wind no longer whispered. The waves lapped gently at the shore. He felt a weight in his chest. When he reached the castle, he stopped. The towers had vanished. The golden halls were gone. The grand rooms were replaced by the humble pigsty once more. His wife stood at the door, stunned. No servants, no wealth, no crowns. Nothing remained but the mud floor and the broken roof. The fisherman sank onto the ground. He did not speak. He only breathed the quiet air of their old life. The wife's eyes filled with frustration. But even she could do nothing. All ambition, all wishes, they had vanished. And so they lived again in the pigsty. The sea beyond remained calm. The fisherman fished as before. Life returned to its simple rhythm. No more magic, no more grandeur. Only the lesson remained. Greed and endless desire had brought them back to where they began. Morning light fell on the old pigsty. The roof leaked as before. The floor was damp and cold. The small doorway creaked in the wind. The fisherman's wife stood there, arms folded. Her eyes were heavy with disappointment. No crowns, no servants, no gold. Nothing remained of the grandeur she had demanded. The fisherman walked outside quietly. He picked up his fishing rod. The sea lay calm before him, gentle waves lapping the shore. He cast his line as he had done so many times before. His wife watched him. Her ambition had faded. For now, she understood that endless desire brought only sorrow. Life had returned to the beginning. Simple, humble, peaceful. The mud walls of the pigsty stood unchanged. The small garden was bare. The animals wandered quietly. The fisherman smiled faintly. He felt the rhythm of the sea in his chest. A calm settled over them both. No more wishes, no more striving for what was impossible. The wind whispered softly. The waves hummed along the shore. everything was as it had once been. And so they lived, quietly, simply. The lesson clear: greed destroys peace. Those who seek too much will lose even what they have. At last, the fisherman and his wife rested. The pigsty became home again. The sea kept its secrets, and the world continued, calm and gentle, as it always does. It was summertime in the forest. The air was warm. Leaves barely moved. Everything felt calm and unhurried. A bear walked along a narrow path. Beside him padded a wolf. They moved slowly, without purpose, enjoying the quiet shade. Then the bear stopped. From high above came a song, clear, gentle, beautiful. It floated through the trees like a soft thread of music. The bear lifted his head. "Brother Wolf," he said, "what bird sings like that?" The wolf listened for a moment. Then he smiled. "That," he said, "is the king of birds. All creatures must bow before him." The bear's eyes widened. A king, he thought. Such a voice must belong to royalty. "I would like to see his palace," the bear said. "Take me to it." The wolf shook his head. "Not yet," he replied. "One must wait. Kings are not seen so easily." Before long, a small bird arrived with food in her beak. Soon after, another joined her. Together, they fed their young in a hidden nest. The bear leaned forward, but the wolf held him back. "Wait," he whispered. And so they watched in silence, marking the place, while the bear's curiosity quietly grew. Some time later, the bear returned. This time, he came alone. The forest was quiet again. No wings moved above the trees. The nest lay hidden, just as before. The bear leaned closer. He peered inside. Several small birds lay there, pressed together. They were plain, small, still learning to lift their heads. The bear frowned. "So, this is the palace," he muttered. He looked around at the narrow hole and the rough twigs. His voice grew sharp. "A poor place," he said, "hardly fit for a king." He snorted. "And you cannot be royal children." The young birds stirred. Then they cried out. Their voices rose together, loud, angry, fierce despite their size. "That is not true," they shouted. "Our parents are honest birds. They are good and respected. You have no right to speak of us this way." Their cries filled the air. They trembled with rage. "Bear," they called, "you will pay for this insult." The sound made the bear shift his weight. A cold feeling crept into his chest. Just then, the wolf appeared nearby. The bear stepped back from the nest. Without another word, the two turned away and hurried off into the forest. Behind them, the cries of the young birds did not fade. The crying did not stop. When the parents returned with food, the young birds turned away. They closed their beaks. They shook their heads. "We will not eat," they said. "Not even a single bite." The queen grew worried. The king looked at them closely. "Why do you refuse?" he asked gently. The young birds spoke all at once. They told of the bear, of his visit, of his words. "He mocked our home," they said. "He called us unworthy. He shamed our parents." The forest fell quiet. The king listened without anger. He did not interrupt. When they finished, he nodded. "Be calm," he said at last. "This wrong will be answered." He straightened his wings. His voice grew firm. "The bear has crossed a line," he declared. "He shall be punished for his insult." Then the message was sent. War was announced. The bear called together the animals of the ground. Oxen came. Donkeys and cows followed. Deer, goats, and many others gathered behind him. Their footsteps shook the earth. The willow-wren sent out his call as well. Birds filled the sky. Large wings and small wings beat together. Even insects came. Bees, flies, hornets, and tiny gnats. On one side, heavy bodies and strength. On the other, numbers and movement. The forest held its breath, waiting for what would come next. Before the battle began, the willow-wren called for spies. A tiny gnat was chosen, for she was clever and quick. She flew silently to the enemy's camp, hiding beneath leaves, listening carefully to every word. Meanwhile, the bear appointed a fox as his general. The fox, proud of his cunning, explained a signal to guide the army. If his tail lifted high, the animals should charge. If it drooped low, they must retreat. The gnat returned, reporting every detail to the willow-wren. Nothing escaped her sharp eyes. At dawn, both armies gathered. The ground trembled under the feet of the four-legged animals. Above them, wings and buzzing filled the sky. Fear rippled through the forest. Then the plan was set into motion. The Ma led the hornets to the fox. They stung him one by one. At first, he raised a leg in surprise, but kept his tail high. The second sting made him falter slightly. The third brought him to his knees, tail tucked tightly. The signal was misread. The bear's army panicked. They ran for cover, trampling the forest floor as they fled. Above them, the willow-wren and the birds swarmed triumphantly. The battle was over in moments. Brains had defeated strength, The flying army had claimed victory. After the battle, the parents returned to the nest. Their wings carried them gently through the quiet air. They landed beside their young and called out softly. "Children," they said, "rejoice. The battle is won." The forest echoed with their announcement. The young birds, however, did not move. They remained firm, their eyes bright and serious. "We will not eat yet," they declared. "Not until the bear comes. He must ask our pardon. He must admit we are honorable children." The willow-wren flew to the bear's cave. His voice rang sharp and unwavering. "Growler, come to the nest. Beg forgiveness from my children. Fail, and every rib of your body shall suffer." The bear's fur bristled with fear. His large paws trembled as he stepped forward. He entered the clearing, bowing low. "I am sorry," he said. "I insulted you. Please forgive me." The young birds listened, their eyes softening. At last, they nodded. "Your apology is accepted," they said. Honor was restored. The family gathered together. Food was shared. Laughter filled the nest. The young birds chirped happily as they ate. Evening fell, painting the sky in soft gold. All was calm. All was safe. The forest held its peace. The bear returned home quietly, aware that wisdom and respect had won the day. And under the gentle night sky, the willow-wren's family rested, their hearts light and full, celebrating their victory in harmony. As the sun began to sink behind the trees, a young princess stepped outside the palace walls. She walked alone into the forest, enjoying the quiet of the evening. The air was cool, the leaves barely stirred. Soon, she came upon a clear spring, hidden among the roots and stones. Fresh water rose softly from the earth. It looked deep. It looked calm. The princess sat beside it to rest. In her hands, she held her most precious treasure, a small golden ball. She loved it more than any jewel she owned. She tossed it gently into the air. She caught it again. Up it went. Down it came. Again and again. The steady motion made her smile. The moment felt peaceful, almost dreamlike. Then, without warning, her fingers slipped. The golden ball struck the ground. It bounced once. Then it rolled straight into the spring. The princess rushed forward and peered into the water. But the spring was far too deep. The ball was gone. Her heart tightened. Tears filled her eyes. In that quiet forest, beside the silent water, she realized her beloved treasure was lost. The princess sank down beside the spring and began to cry. Her tears fell into the water. She wrung her hands in despair. "Oh, if only I could have my golden ball again," she sobbed. "I would give anything I own. My dresses, my jewels, everything." As her voice echoed over the water, something stirred below the surface. A small green head rose from the spring. A frog blinked and looked at her calmly. "Why do you weep so sadly, Princess?" he asked. She recoiled at the sight of him. "What help could you be?" she said. "You are only a frog. My ball is lost forever." The frog spoke gently. "I do not want gold or fine things," he said. "But if you will care for me, let me stay near you, eat from your plate, and rest where you rest. I will bring back your ball." The princess thought his request was foolish. She did not believe he could ever leave the spring. So she agreed quickly, without meaning a word of it. The frog vanished beneath the water. Moments later, he returned, the golden ball shining in his mouth. The princess snatched it up with delight and ran toward home, never looking back. Behind her, the frog called softly, "Princess, remember your promise." The next day, the princess sat at the dinner table with her father. Servants moved quietly around the hall. Everything seemed normal. Then a strange sound reached her ears. Tap, tap, splash. It echoed up the marble stairs. A loud knock followed at the door. Then a small voice sang out, slow and clear, reminding her of words spoken by the spring. The princess stood and opened the door. There stood the frog. Her face turned pale. Fear and shame filled her heart. Without a word, she slammed the door shut and hurried back to her seat. The king noticed her distress at once. "What troubles you, my child?" he asked. With reluctance, the princess told him everything. The lost ball, the promise made in haste, the bargain she never meant to keep. As she spoke, the knocking came again. The same voice repeated its gentle chant. The king listened in silence. Then he spoke firmly. "A promise, once given, must be honored," he said. "You must do as you agreed." The princess lowered her eyes. Her heart was heavy. Slowly, unwillingly, she rose from her chair and walked back to the door. Slowly, the heavy door swung open. The frog hopped inside. Tap, tap, tap. His damp feet echoed across the stone floor as he made his way through the hall. Each sound made the princess shrink in her chair. Without waiting, the frog moved toward the table. "Lift me up," he said calmly. "Let me sit beside you." The princess paused. Every part of her resisted, but her father's words rang in her ears. With trembling hands, she obeyed. The frog leaned forward and asked for her plate. She slid it toward him, her face burning with shame. He ate slowly, as though nothing were strange at all. At last, the frog sighed. "I am weary," he said. "Carry me upstairs and place me upon your bed." Her steps were slow as she climbed the stairs. She laid him gently on her pillow. At once, the frog closed his eyes and slept. The princess lay beside him, awake and miserable. The night felt endless. When morning light filled the room, the frog jumped down and left the palace. The princess watched him go. At last, she thought, the trouble has ended. Darkness settled over the palace once more. The day had passed quietly. But the princess knew that evening would bring a test. Soon, the familiar sound returned. Tap, tap, tap. It echoed along the marble stairs, steady and deliberate. A small, insistent voice called out, reminding her of the promise she had made by the spring. Reluctantly, she rose and opened the door. The frog hopped inside, as before, calm and polite. Without a word, he made his way to her bed and curled up on her pillow. The princess lay awake, her heart tight, while the night passed slowly. When morning came, he left, just as she had expected. Night fell again. Tap, tap, tap. The same ritual repeated. The princess obeyed, silent and patient. The frog slept on her pillow once more. The third night arrived, and with it, the same sounds and demands. By now, the princess understood the pattern, the rule of 3. She endured quietly, feeling the tension in her chest. Finally, the third morning broke. The tapping ended. The trial had passed. A hush of relief filled the palace as dawn painted the halls in soft light. Sunlight spilled gently into the princess's chamber. She stirred and opened her eyes. The frog was nowhere to be seen. In its place stood a young prince, tall and radiant. His eyes shone with warmth and kindness. The princess gasped, stepping back in surprise. She had never imagined such a sight. The prince smiled softly. "I have been trapped in the form of a frog," he began. "A spiteful fairy placed this cruel enchantment upon me. Only a princess could release me by allowing me to eat from her plate and sleep upon her bed for 3 nights." The princess's heart quickened. She realized that she had unknowingly fulfilled every condition. The curse had been broken. The prince knelt slightly, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thanks to your courage and patience, I am free," he said. "And more than that, I have found my true love." He reached for her hand. "Will you come with me to my father's kingdom? I wish to marry you and love you for as long as we both shall live." The princess's cheeks flushed with joy. Without hesitation, she whispered her agreement, her heart full of hope and excitement. The princess nodded eagerly, her face glowing with happiness. She had accepted the prince's proposal without a second thought. Outside, a magnificent coach waited. 8 horses stood proudly, their manes braided with ribbons and feathers. Golden harnesses gleamed in the morning sun. Behind the coach rode faithful Heinrich. He had cared for the prince through every hardship of the enchantment. Now, seeing his master free, he felt a deep, joyful relief. The princess and the prince bowed to her father. "Farewell, father," she said softly. He smiled and waved, proud of her courage. The coach set off, wheels clattering over the road. Sunlight danced across the polished wood, and the horses trotted with energy and grace. The journey felt lively and full of promise. At last, they arrived at the prince's kingdom. The gates opened wide to welcome them. They were married in a grand celebration, surrounded by laughter and music. Years passed peacefully. The prince and princess shared a life full of love, joy, and harmony. They lived happily ever after, just as in the finest fairy tales. Once, a king rode deep into a vast forest. He was chasing a wild animal. He rode faster and faster. Soon, his guards were far behind. The trees grew thick. The light began to fade. When he finally stopped, silence surrounded him. He looked around. No path, no familiar sound. He was lost. Fear slowly entered his heart. As he searched for a way out, he noticed a bent old woman walking toward him. Her head nodded with every step. Her eyes were sharp and strange. "My lady," the king said gently, "can you show me the way home?" "Yes," she replied softly, "but only if you agree to my condition." She spoke of her daughter, a girl of rare beauty. She demanded that the king marry her and make her queen. The king hesitated, but the forest was dark, and hunger waited. With no other choice, he agreed. Soon, he returned to his castle. A wedding was held. Songs filled the halls. Yet, deep inside, the king felt uneasy. Something about his new queen troubled his heart, like a shadow waiting to grow. Before this marriage, the king had known happiness once before, his first wife had given him 7 children, 6 brave sons, and 1 gentle daughter. He loved them more than anything in the world. But now, a new queen sat beside him, and deep in his heart, the king felt afraid. He feared she might grow jealous. He feared she might harm his children. So he made a painful decision. In the middle of the forest, he hid them in a lonely castle. No road led to it. No traveler passed nearby. Only the king knew the way. A wise woman had given him a magical thread. Whenever he dropped it on the ground, it slowly unrolled. It showed him the hidden path. Again and again, he followed that thread. Again and again, he visited his children. But his long absences did not go unnoticed. The new queen began to wonder. Why did her husband leave so often? Why did he always ride alone? She whispered to the servants. She offered them gold. At last, they revealed the secret. They told her about the thread. They told her about the hidden castle. A dark smile touched her lips. From her mother, she had learned cruel magic. In secret, she stitched 6 small white shirts. Into each one, she sewed a wicked spell. One morning, while the king was away, she followed the thread. It guided her straight to the children. The brothers ran toward her, laughing. They thought their father had come. Instead, she threw the shirts over them. In a moment, feathers burst forth. Arms became wings. Voices turned into cries. 6 white swans rose into the sky and vanished. Only the little sister remained. The queen returned home in silence. Her heart was cold, and she was satisfied. The next day, the king returned to the hidden castle. He expected laughter. He expected running footsteps. Instead, he found silence. Only his daughter stood in the courtyard. "Where are your brothers?" he asked softly. Tears filled her eyes. She told him everything. She spoke of white swans. She spoke of beating wings. She showed him fallen feathers. The king's heart grew heavy. Yet he did not understand the truth. He did not suspect his queen. Fearing for his daughter's safety, he wished to take her away. But the girl was afraid. She begged to stay one more night. When darkness came, she made her choice. Quietly, she slipped into the forest. She walked through tangled paths. She crossed cold streams. She traveled through night and day. Hunger weakened her. Weariness bent her back. Still, she did not stop. At last, she saw a small, broken hut. She crept inside. In one room, 6 tiny beds stood in a row. She hid beneath one of them. She waited. As the sun sank, wings filled the air. 6 swans flew through the window. They landed softly. They shook their feathers. Slowly, they became 6 young men, her brothers. She stepped forward with a cry of joy. They embraced her tightly, but their smiles soon faded. They told her of the curse. 6 years of silence. 6 shirts made from special flowers. No laughter. No single word. One mistake would destroy everything. Before she could reply, their time ended. Feathers returned. Wings spread. They flew away once more. The girl wiped her tears. "I will save you," she whispered. And she accepted her vow. From that day on, the young girl belonged to the forest. She built no house. She owned no bed. At night, she rested among branches. Leaves became her blanket. The stars became her roof. Every morning, she searched for special flowers. She walked for hours. She climbed hills. She crossed streams. When her hands were full, she sat quietly and sewed, stitch by stitch, day by day. No words ever left her lips. No laughter escaped her heart. She carried her promise in silence. Spring bloomed. Summer burned. Autumn faded. Winter froze. Still, she worked. One afternoon, voices echoed through the trees. Hunters had entered the forest. They saw her sitting high in a tree, pale and thin, yet beautiful. They called out to her, "Who are you? Why are you here?" She did not answer. They asked again. She only shook her head. At last, they lifted her down and brought her before their king. The king looked at her in wonder. Her clothes were worn. Her face was gentle. Her eyes were deep and calm. He spoke to her in many tongues. She replied with silence, yet her quiet strength touched his heart. Soon, he made her his queen. Gold and silk surrounded her. Servants bowed before her. But inside, she remained the same forest girl. Every night, in secret, she stitched. Every day, she counted the passing seasons. She did not care for crowns. She did not care for praise. Only one thought guided her hands. My brothers must be free. The queen gave birth to her first child. Joy filled the castle. But that night, the king's mother crept in. She took the baby. She smeared blood on the queen's lips. She has eaten the child, she cried. The king did not believe her. She is too kind, he said. No harm could come from her hands. Months passed. Another child was born. The same trick repeated. The queen's heart ached. The king tried to hold hope. Then a third child came. Once again, the baby was stolen. The accusation returned. Whispers spread through the castle. The courtiers grew angry. They demanded justice. The queen said nothing. She could not speak. The court grew impatient. The king tried to defend her, but the law was strict. A sentence was given. She was to die by fire. The pile was prepared. The flames waited. The day arrived. She stood tall, carrying her burden. Her hands held the 6 shirts. Her heart beat fast. Hope felt like it had left her, yet she kept her vow. 6 years had passed. The queen held the shirts in her arms. 5 were finished. 1 sleeve was missing. She walked toward the fire. The crowd fell silent. The flames waited hungrily. Her heart beat fast, but she kept calm. Every step was heavy, every breath steady. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Wings flapped above. 6 swans descended from the clouds. They circled her. Tears ran down her cheeks. She lifted the shirts high. One by one, she threw them over the swans. Magic cracked and splintered. Feathers fell away. The brothers stood before her, alive. Their eyes shone with gratitude. Only the youngest still had a wing. The missing sleeve had left its mark. But no one cared. They embraced. They laughed, quietly at first. Then fully, with joy. The queen's heart soared. Relief washed over her. She held each brother close. They were safe. The fire seemed smaller now. The danger was gone. The family was whole again. No words could describe the happiness. Tears mixed with laughter. And for the first time in years, the queen smiled. At last, the queen spoke. Her voice was soft, but steady. "I have been silent for 6 long years," she said. "And now the truth must be known." She told the king everything. The witch's shirts, the swans, her vow of silence. All the children stolen by the stepmother. The king listened, wide-eyed. Shock and sorrow filled him. "I should have trusted you," he whispered. "I am so sorry." The queen showed him the missing children, the youngest brothers, the older ones. All returned safely. Anger burned in the king's heart. The stepmother's treachery could not go unpunished. She was brought before the court. No one could save her. The punishment was carried out. Finally, the family was reunited. The brothers embraced their sister. The youngest smiled, his swan wing now a memory. Honor and love filled the castle. The queen, once silent, now laughed and spoke freely. The king held her hand. never letting go. The children played in the sunlight. The swans had returned to their true forms. Years passed quietly. Peace settled over the kingdom. No one feared injustice. No one doubted love or loyalty. The forest, the trials, the sorrow, they all belonged to the past. The queen's patience had saved her brothers. Her courage had healed her family. And the kingdom thrived, safe and happy, under wise and gentle rulers. All hearts were light. All voices were joyful. And in the calm of the evening, the queen looked out at her children and brothers. She smiled, knowing that justice, love, and hope had finally returned. Long ago, on the edge of a deep and quiet forest, there lived a forester. Each day, he walked beneath tall trees, his bough on his shoulder. The forest was his work and his home. One morning, as soft light fell through the leaves, he heard a sound. It was thin, trembling, full of sorrow, not the cry of a beast, but the cry of a child. The forester followed it, past tangled roots, past dark bushes, until he reached an ancient tree. High among its branches sat a small child, clinging, weeping. Soon, the truth was known. The child's mother had rested beneath the tree. Weariness had overcome her. As she slept, a great bird had swooped down. It seized the infant and carried him into the sky. Yet the bird could not keep its prize. It left the child behind. The forester's heart was moved. He climbed the tree, lifted the trembling child, and carried him safely down. "You shall not be alone," he thought. He took the child home and named him for the bird that had once carried him away. From that day on, 2 children would grow together as family. The years passed quietly. The boy and the forester's daughter grew side by side. They learned together. They played beneath the trees. They shared their bread and their dreams. They were never far apart. If one wandered away, the other felt restless, as if the light had dimmed, as if something precious was missing. Their bond was strong, simple, unbreakable. But in the same house lived another soul, an old cook, sharp of voice, hard of heart. Her eyes were narrow, her temper bitter. One evening, as shadows stretched long, the girl noticed something strange. The cook walked again and again to the spring, heavy pails in her hands, water sloshing in the dark, more water than was ever needed. At last, the girl spoke. "Why do you carry so much water tonight?" The old woman paused. Then she leaned close. "Swear you will never tell," she said. Not a word. To anyone. Curiosity won. The girl gave her promise. The cook smiled. A cruel smile. At dawn, she whispered, when your father leaves to hunt, I will set the kettle on the fire. When the water boils, I will take the boy and throw him in. The girl's heart froze. Her breath caught. But she said nothing. She waited for morning. And when the forester left the house, the danger was finally near. Morning came before the sun had fully risen. The house was still. No footsteps. No voices. The girl turned to the boy. Her face was pale. If you promise never to leave me, she said, then I will never leave you. Never, he answered. Not now. Not ever. Then she told him everything. The water, the kettle, the terrible plan. There was no time for tears, no time for questions. Dress quickly, she whispered. We must go. They slipped from the house, softly, before the forest woke. When the cook returned, the kettle was ready. The water bubbled. She went to the chamber. The beds were empty. Fear seized her. Anger followed close behind. She shouted for the servants. After them! Find them at once! 3 men ran into the forest. At the edge of the woods, the children paused. From afar, they saw the figures coming. Again, the girl spoke the promise. Again, the boy answered. Then become a rose bush, she said, and I will be the single rose upon it. The servants reached the place. They saw only a bush, one bright flower blooming. No children. Confused, they turned back. The cook stamped her feet. Fools, she cried. You should have destroyed it. Go back. Do it properly. And once more, the chase began. The forest was alive with movement once more. The servants returned, determined. The cook's orders were sharp and furious. From a hidden clearing, the children saw them approaching. The shadows of men moved quickly through the trees. The girl grasped the boy's hand. Promise me again, she whispered. Never leave me. Never, he replied. Not now, not ever. With those words, she spoke the next command. A grander magic took hold. A towering church rose from the earth. Its spires reached toward the sky. Inside, a shining chandelier swung gently. When the servants arrived, they stared in awe. The children were nowhere to be seen. Only the solemn church and its glittering light stood. Bewildered, they returned to the cook. Her fury burned hotter than ever. How could you fail me? She demanded. Return. This time, I will see to it myself." With a scowl, she set off through the forest, determined to capture the children on her own. The woods seemed to grow darker around her. But from afar, the children waited. Hands clasped, hearts steady. The promise of loyalty and safety between them remained unbroken. They were ready. Whatever came next, they would face it together. A shadow moved through the forest, closer than before. The cook herself came this time, her anger blazing. The children felt her approach. They crouched among the trees, hearts steady. "Speak it one last time," the girl whispered. "Never leave me." "Never," he replied. "Not now. Not ever." With courage, she gave the command. Water gathered around them. A wide, still pond appeared. A single duck glided across its surface. The cook leapt forward, greedy, imagining she could take control. She tried to drink the water dry, to capture the duck. But the magic turned against her. With a swift motion, the pond swallowed her. She sank, never to rise again. The spell lifted. The children returned to their true forms. Hand in hand, they stepped forward. The forest seemed calm and welcoming once more. They made their way home, laughter bubbling from their lips. The forester ran to greet them, relief shining in his eyes. "No harm shall touch you now," he said. From that day onward, the children lived together, safe and joyful. Their bond unbroken, their hearts forever light. And if they have not died, they are still living, faithful and happy, side by side. Long ago, there lived a powerful king. He ruled wisely. His kingdom was peaceful. He had one daughter. She was known far and wide for her beauty. People said her face was brighter than morning light, yet her heart was not gentle. She was proud, sharp in speech, cold in spirit. Many noble men came seeking her hand. Princes, dukes, lords from near and far. But none pleased her. One by one, she sent them away. She laughed at their faces. She mocked their voices and their walk. Her words cut deeper than blades. Each suitor left in silence and shame. At last, the king ordered a grand feast. He gathered the nobles in proper rank. Gold shone. Music played. All eyes turned to the princess. She walked among them, and her cruelty grew bold. She ridiculed their bodies. Too tall, too round, too pale. Then she saw a kindly king with a crooked chin, not ugly, only marked by nature. She burst into laughter. "Look," she cried, "a thrush with a beak for a beard." The crowd murmured. The name spread like fire. And in her father's heart, anger began to rise. The king could bear no more. Before the gathered nobles, he rose from his throne. His face was stern. His voice shook the hall. "You shame your crown," he said. "You mock those who come with honor." The music fell silent. The princess stood pale and still. Then the king spoke an oath, clear, unyielding. "Since no noble pleases you, you shall wed the first beggar who comes to my gate." Her breath caught. She laughed once, weakly. Surely he did not mean it. But days later, a wandering fiddler appeared beneath the palace windows. His clothes were torn, his shoes worn thin. He played a simple tune and sang for alms. The king heard the song and ordered the man brought inside. The fiddler bowed low. He sang again, soft and humble. When he finished, he asked for a small reward. The king nodded. "You have it," he said. "I give you my daughter for your wife." The princess cried out. Her knees trembled. She begged. She wept. But the king's word was law. A priest was summoned at once. Vows were spoken. Hands were joined. When it was done, the king turned away. "A beggar's wife has no place here," he said. "Leave my halls." The fiddler took her hand, and together they walked out of the palace. Morning light fell on the palace as the princess and her new husband stepped onto the road. The city gates closed behind them, and the world beyond seemed vast and strange. They walked together, her heart heavy with unease. Every tree, every path reminded her of what she had lost. Soon they entered a great forest. Towering oaks and whispering pines surrounded them. The princess stopped, gazing at the endless green. "Whose land is this?" she asked. The fiddler answered quietly. "It belongs to King Thrushbeard. Had you chosen him, it would have been yours." A shiver ran down her spine. She pressed her hands to her chest. "Ah, foolish girl," she whispered. "If only I had listened." They emerged into a wide meadow, bright with flowers swaying in the breeze. Again, she asked, "Whose land is this?" Again, he said, "King Thrushbeard's. Yours it might have been." She sighed, sorrow filling her throat. Her steps slowed, each flower a reminder of her pride. By evening, they reached a noble town. Its streets were wide. Its towers rose high. She repeated her question. The answer echoed the forest and meadow. King Thrushbeard. Tears pricked her eyes. "I am wretched," she said. "I should have accepted him." Finally, they came to a small, humble hut. The door was low, the walls plain. Inside, there were no servants and no comforts. The princess bent to enter, stunned by the starkness of her new life. Everything she had known was gone, and a quiet, humbling fear settled over her heart. The hut was small and bare. The princess had never known such work. "Make the fire," said her husband. "Cook our supper." She tried. The flames burned her hands. The pots smoked. Nothing turned out right. Next, he handed her bundles of willow. "Learn a craft," he said. She tried weaving baskets. The twigs cut her fingers. Blood stained her hands. Then came the flax. She spun it slowly. The coarse thread scraped her skin. Pain laced every movement. Finally, he gave her pottery to sell at the market. For a while, the people bought. They admired her beauty. Some even gave coins without taking the pots. One day, a drunken soldier rode through the stalls. He knocked the pots to the ground. Shards scattered across the stones. The princess ran home, crying. Her heart ached with shame. Her husband spoke gently. "You are not suited for this work, but you can serve in the palace kitchens. There you will earn your bread." She nodded silently. From that day, she became a kitchen servant. She carried scraps in small jars tied to her gown. No one noticed. No one helped. Yet through every failure, she learned patience. Her pride softened. Her hands, once untouched by hardship, now knew work. And with each day, a quiet change began within her. News of a grand wedding reached even the humble streets. The king's eldest son was to be wed. The palace gleamed with gold and silk. Laughter and music floated through every hall. The princess stood outside, clutching her small jars. Her heart tightened. Every shimmer of light reminded her of the life she had lost. The contrast between her rags and the palace's splendor struck her sharply. Servants passed by, tossing scraps of food. She hid them carefully in her jars, cheeks burning. At last, the bridegroom arrived. Velvet and silk gleamed on him. Golden chains hung across his chest. He scanned the crowd. Then his gaze fell on her. Recognition flashed in his eyes. Without a word, he took her hand and drew her into the dance. The princess struggled. Her face burned with shame. Her jars broke. Scraps of food spilled onto the marble floor. Laughter rose from the watching crowd. She tried to pull back, but he held her gently, yet firmly. Every eye in the hall turned toward them. Her chest tightened. Pride faltered. And in that moment, she realized how far she had fallen. The dance went on, weaving public humiliation with the quiet lesson she had yet to understand. The jars toppled. Food tumbled across the polished floor. Crack. Clatter. The crowd erupted in laughter. Heads turned. Whispers filled the hall. The princess froze. Her cheeks burned hotter than any fire. Shame clung to her like a heavy cloak. She bolted toward the stairs. Tears streamed freely. Every step echoed her fear. A calm voice called after her. "Do not run." She turned to see him, her husband, no longer the ragged fiddler, no longer the weary soldier. All at once, she recognized King Thrushbeard. He stepped closer, gentle but firm. "I am he," he said. "The beggar, the soldier, the fiddler, all a disguise, all done to teach you a lesson." Her heart pounded. "You mocked me once," he continued, "but I could not forget you. I humbled you so that you might learn compassion, so that pride would soften and wisdom take root." The princess sank to her knees. "My faults are many," she whispered. "I am unworthy to be your wife. I have been proud, cruel, and blind." He lifted her gently. "No more," he said. "The hard days have passed. Love has brought understanding. Pride has been humbled. Now we begin anew." Relief and awe washed over her. She bowed her head, confessing her folly, her heart opening to forgiveness, trust, and the life she had yet to embrace. A soft smile appeared on Thrushbeard's face. "Your trials are over," he said. "Hardship belongs to the past." The princess lowered her gaze. Relief washed over her. Her heart, once proud, now felt light. News spread quickly. The true marriage was declared. No longer a beggar's wife, she returned to honor. Her father embraced her. Tears of joy glimmered in his eyes. He had never felt such pride in his daughter. The palace came alive. Music floated through the halls. Courtiers and servants celebrated alike. Candles glimmered. Laughter rang. King Thrushbeard took her hand. "Remember this," he said. "Humility and compassion are worth more than wealth or beauty. True worth lies in heart and deed." She nodded slowly. The lesson had settled deep. No more pride, no more scorn. The feast went on. Dancing, songs, and warmth filled the night. Joy flowed freely through every corner of the palace, and in that calm evening, the kingdom rested. The princess smiled, at peace with herself and the world. Her heart understood love, humility, and wisdom. And so ends the story. A quiet, gentle ending, perfect for closing weary eyes. There was a house where warmth never truly lived. Its walls stood quiet. Its windows watched without kindness. The woman who ruled it was feared throughout the land. She practiced dark magic with steady hands and a colder heart. Cruelty came easily to her, and mercy never did. 2 girls lived beneath her roof. One was her own daughter, harsh in face, sharper still in spirit. Yet she was treasured, protected, and praised. For the witch loved what mirrored her own nature. The other was a stepchild, soft-spoken, fair to behold, gentle in every deed. She worked quietly, endured patiently, and asked for nothing. And for this, she was hated. Jealousy had taken root in the witch's heart, not because the girl was bold, but because she was good. One morning, the stepdaughter tied on a simple apron. Its cloth was plain, its stitching neat, yet it seemed to glow with youthful grace. The witch's daughter noticed it at once. Her gaze hardened. Desire turned sour. She demanded the apron. And when cloth alone did not satisfy her hunger, her mother promised a darker gift. The apron would be hers, and the stepchild would not live to wear it again. That evening, fate shifted quietly. Hidden in the shadows of the house, the stepdaughter heard every word. She heard the whispering voices. She heard her name spoken with hatred, and she heard the promise of her own death. Fear wrapped tightly around her chest, yet she did not cry out. She did not flee. All through the long day that followed, she moved as she always had, silent, obedient, unseen. When night finally came, the sisters were sent to bed. The room lay dark, the air heavy with waiting. The witch's daughter hurried ahead. She claimed the place closest to the wall, safe, sheltered, certain no blade could reach her there. Sleep soon dulled her jealousy. Carefully, the stepdaughter shifted. Slowly, she pressed her sister outward. Gently, she took the inner place herself. Not a sound was made. At midnight, the door creaked open. The witch entered. A weapon gleamed faintly in her grasp. She reached out, feeling for the sleeper at the edge of the bed. Without hesitation, she struck. The blow fell swift and final. Satisfied, she turned and slipped away into the dark. Only then did the stepdaughter rise. Her hands trembled. Her breath shook. She stepped from the bed, alive by cruel mistake, and fled before the house could wake. Her feet carried her through the dark without pause. She ran until she reached Roland's door. She knocked once, then again, and again, until he appeared, startled from sleep. Words poured from her in broken breaths. She told him of the whispering, the blade, the blow that fell in darkness, and how her stepmother had slain her own child instead. At dawn, she said, the truth would be known, and the witch would hunt them without mercy. Roland did not hesitate. There is no time, he said, but we must take her wand. Without it, we cannot escape. The girl returned to the house she feared. She moved swiftly. Her hands found the wand of dark power. Before leaving, she let 3 drops of blood fall, one beside the bed, one upon the hearth, one at the threshold. When morning came, the witch called for her daughter. No answer. She called again. A voice replied from the steps. She hurried there. Nothing. She called a 3rd time. A reply came from the kitchen. Again, she found no one. At last, a voice answered from the bed. Rushing inside, she saw the truth. Her daughter lay dead. A scream tore from her throat. Fury consumed her. She pulled on her enchanted boots. Each stride covered vast ground, and soon the earth itself seemed to shrink as she gave chase. The chase pressed on, but the stepdaughter's mind raced faster than her feet. With a quick touch of the wand, Roland transformed. He became a shimmering lake, still and bright. She herself turned into a small, white duck, gliding across its surface. The witch reached the shore, her eyes gleaming, her hands outstretched. She scattered crumbs, called sweetly, coaxing the bird. But the duck kept distance, refusing every lure. Frustrated, she retreated, plotting anew. They did not pause long. Roland became a wandering musician, his violin in hand. The maiden hid among thorns, blooming as a delicate flower. The witch arrived, spotting the bloom. "Play for me, musician," she commanded, craving the prize. Roland obeyed. Melodies leapt from the strings with magical force. The witch began to dance, unwilling yet compelled. Faster and faster she spun, her limbs catching on thorns. Her cloak tore, skin was scratched, blood flowed. The music never faltered. She danced until she collapsed, breathless and broken. And with that, the witch fell, finally defeated. Silence returned to the forest. The water shimmered, the bird rested, and the thorns lay still. For a brief moment, the world held its breath. The danger had passed. The two lovers were free, though the trials were far from over. Roland hurried off to ready the house for their wedding. The maiden watched him go. She touched the wand lightly and became still. A quiet form, hidden from sight. Every heartbeat measured in patience. The hours passed. The forest held its breath. She waited, unmoving, yet alert to every sound. Roland reached his home. A new maiden caught his attention. Her words, her laughter, her charm, it clouded his mind. Slowly, he forgot the promises he had made. The maiden who had risked everything faded from his memory. The faithful girl remained. She lingered in the shadows, hoping, waiting. Morning came and went. Evening followed. No Roland appeared. No message arrived. Days blended into nights. Still she stayed, patient and resolute. Her heart ached, yet she did not waver. She whispered to herself, "I have endured this far. I will endure a little longer." The world moved on, but she held her place, silent and unseen, faithful as ever. Hope was her companion. It would not abandon her, no matter how long the wait. Time weighed heavily on her. Her heart ached with every passing day. In despair, she touched the wand once more. Her form shifted. She became a delicate flower, hidden among thorny hedges, silent, fragile, waiting. A shepherd wandered near the field. His eyes caught the unusual bloom, strange yet beautiful. He plucked it carefully and carried it home. Inside, the flower seemed alive. Meals were prepared, water drawn. The hearth swept, yet no hand could be seen. The shepherd's fear grew. Confusion clouded his mind. What magic had entered his home? He sought advice from a wise woman. Her gaze was sharp. "There is enchantment here," she said. "Rise early. Watch closely. Cast a white cloth over the flower. The spell will be undone." At dawn, he followed her counsel. The flower stirred. Steps emerged from the petals. The maiden stood before him. She spoke quietly. She told her tale of the witch, the wand, the transformations, of her faithful service, unseen, and of her love for Roland, unchanged by time or betrayal. Her voice was soft, yet carried truth. Every word confirmed her loyalty. Every gesture spoke of patience and courage. The shepherd looked upon her with wonder. "Will you stay with me?" he asked. His offer was kind, but her heart remained elsewhere. She shook her head. "Roland is my betrothed," she whispered. "My loyalty is his, no matter the trials." News soon spread that Roland's wedding was approaching. By tradition, all maidens were called to sing in honor of the bride. The faithful girl went, her heart heavy with sorrow, each step weighed by hope and fear. When her turn came, she stood apart. She lifted her voice, soft, trembling, yet clear. The notes floated across the hall, carrying every memory of love and patience. Roland stopped. His heart leapt. Recognition struck like a sudden flame. He remembered everything. All enchantments, all deceptions, all forgetfulness fell away. The maiden's eyes met his. No words were needed. They ran to each other. The hall seemed to vanish around them. Finally, they were joined. Their hands, their hearts, united at last. Sorrow ended. Faithfulness rewarded. Through patience, courage, and love, all trials were overcome. The lesson lingered, clear as morning light. True devotion endures. It waits. It survives. And in time, it brings joy brighter than the darkest night.